Just posting it everywhere. You know what? Promotion. 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 And promotion. No, shut up. You don't talk. No talking. My cat just looked at me like I'm weird. Hey. I might join a chat at some point, but right now I think I'll just play by myself. Boop de boop. Beautiful. And now we have to wait. Okay. I'm sure I'll get in eventually. Date with Destiny. Show me the data. Complete 10. Oh. No. We're going to Spirit Hold. I doubt there's any home for me to check out. I'm homeless. But I am thriving. I don't need a home to thrive. Spirit Hold. Which is all the way over there. Press triangle as if that would attack. But this isn't Monster Hunter. On my circle button? There, it's fine. It's fine. There's something in my circle button. What items am I holding? Probably just a bunch of materials, huh? And I got these things I should probably be selling soon. Have yet to. That's not. That is the East Shroud. I don't think I've ever been there. Should we give it a shot? Should we check it out? I think we should. Let's take a look. Then we'll get this riddle. Nothing special. Someone's peeing over there. It actually sounds like peeing. Alright, we're probably gonna be getting to the part where I stopped at last time I was playing this. When I first played this back in like 2020. Thing to hunt. You will die! No, continue to hunt. I don't know, my circle button feels a bit weird. Oh, no way. Hello. Who goes there? An adventurer, is it? Here at Instructor Galford's request, you say? Thank the matron. Towering shadow manifested without warning and attacked the hero in the midst of the right. Was the parties with discussed effort. 5 men unaccounted for. You time and see them out of harm's way. Okay. I'm going in. Oh, hey. Yeah, go on. Get out of here. Even though you were, like, right by the door, anyone could have saved you. Oh, he into big poofy. He's into big poofy. There was no answer but being born of darkness. Darkness? You must help him. It's fine. I am level 13. We're good to go. I'll just join a group. O mournful voice of creation, grant ye this humble stone a soul, that it may wake to life. Ah, yes. Alright. Almost got him. Never has the golem been so sorely tested. Until today. Looks like you hit rock bottom. Huh? That the golem could be vanquished. That woman is no ordinary adventurer. Damnation, he has eluded us yet again. Oh, fancy meeting you here. How are things? How many times a day? 7. Beyond our fathoming. Do you think maybe they're trying to summon their primal? Oh, not for all our sakes. Yet you must be prepared for the worst. Whether the same fate has befallen Emerald Moss. I feel Delamod's anomalies affecting life in the 12's wood. You mean the serpents in the Aether flow? The very same. The Guardians have a lot to answer for. The mountain that they have created is plunging the land into chaos, just as these two forewarned. It's no wonder that a primals have started appearing. Time is against us, but there's still hope for the land. We must hold fast to that hope and fight to the very last. Agreed. Wow. Stupid things. These stupid things happen to be the very latest in Charlayan invasion. Show some respect. But they're so uncomfortable and ugly. Yes, me. They're an improvement over that mask of yours. I believe it's already been 5 whole years, isn't it? Already? 5 years is but a heartbeat in the life of the planet. That's right. Now that I think about it, 12s would barely recovered at all, and the Gradients still have the same old problems. Aye, along with some new ones, and just in case the Exile and Garuda were in trouble enough, the Sylphs had to go and invite Rama, didn't they? I'll turn the scope. Let's see what happens. I don't know what became of them. Ah! Yeah. Ida, look! Hmm? Golly, what? And this is what exactly? The other servants in the Aether, impressively manifested at that. Seems to be emanating from Life Man's stump. We must hurry. I think that was where I was. Alright, your eyes glazed over for a while there. Ears unharmed. Somewhat dazed, yes, but whole of mind and body. The bad news concerns everything else. Lest you forget, the 12's wood is the domain of the elementals. It is by their leave that man abides in the forest and avails himself of its bounty. The ground which the dungeon occupies is no different. Having no more use for the dungeon, the Gradanians sent a hero to offer the place back to the elementals by way of the right of returning, which is essentially an expression of gratitude. Alas, he failed to complete the ritual for obvious reasons. While the poor soul cannot be blamed for this, the fact remains that unless the elementals are given their due, they may well consider it a slight. And the very last thing the Gradanes can afford to do in these uncertain times is risk alienating the 12 Woods' eternal guardians. But you have more than done your part. We shall see the hero to safety and send for his peers to finish the rites. In the meantime, please make your way outside and report to Alistan. Ah, but where are my manners? I'm Papalimo. And the tactless woman beside me here is... Ida! I and I are surveying the 12th Wood together. Pleased to meet you. Ida, give me a hand, would you? Wait, there's something familiar about you. Could it be that you are... Never mind. Doubtless my eyes are playing tricks. Till we meet again. He's fucking waddling. Anything around here I can get? Oh, it was Alex is spot hiding in the spirit hold. I should have taken out those things first. I died! No! Yeah. Alright. I gotta go back to Alistan. Eh. Rendering you to being raised, suffering KO also damages your current equipped gear and a piece of equipment served as your zero stats opportunity. So, come on, how am I looking? Not bad. Could be worse. I should have killed those imps first before I decided to fight the mega imp. Oh, wait, it's over here? It's over here. I still need to obtain the Stone of Courage. Trial presents us. Who was that masked mage, and what dark ambition is he driven? So many things shrouded in mystery. Well, I shan't find any answers of my own. I must needs discuss this with Galfred. The matter warrants a full investigation if I am any judge, and that shall certainly be my recommendation. Your courage has saved many lives this day, adventurer. For this, you have my deepest gratitude. Pay attention to Dana and seek out Moon. To understand, she wishes to thank you for your efforts on our behalf. Ah, Mommy Moon. I'll say this is manageable. It ain't so tough now without your friends. Power of friendship doesn't work for villains. Just gotta heal myself just in case. He was getting dangerously close to beating me. You told me another dude was attacking me this entire time? God, just die already. No one cares about you. Already spawned back in, huh? What else is there around here? I've been bamboozled! God damn you! I just want to get out of here! Let me out! Alright. Now we leave. Sprint! We run back home. Merrily. So giddy to get back home. I haven't found any of the water sprites. I remember finding them in the first time I played this, but I don't remember why. There had to have been a reason. I don't remember this all that much, but whatever. Like, we're getting close. I remember having to go up like a big flight of stairs somewhere around here. I think that's around the time I stopped. Kamazom. At some point soon, I do want to start playing Oblivion, so. 'Cause that deserves another playthrough. Now that Specs got it for me, the deluxe edition with all the DLCs, I'm gonna be having some fun. 'Cause that game was good, really good. And I liked playing it a lot when I was younger. Back on the Xbox 360. Let's talk to Mother Moon. Look, my favorite little bird tells me that the hero and his party owe you their lives. No. Tale of Taverns, if there ever were one, it is only a shame I must ask you not to tell it. For the time being, at least, do you want to make yourself clear? Though the heroes have made their will on the matter known, it would be best to avoid unsettling people with stories of walking statues. Now then, you must have suitable recompense for your valiant service. For the first half of your reward, I give you leave to make use of the accommodations here at the guild. Arrangements have been made, so all you need to do is speak with them, whenever you create the comfort of a firm bed and a soft pillow. If I can have your word, I offer you another path to fame and fortune. Guild leaves. Guild leaves are records of the various requests we've received from the citizenry. They outline all manner of tasks which ambitious young adventurers like you can elect to undertake. Gontran is our guild leave official, or Levement. Here at the Carline Canopy. I have spoken with him regarding your knack for solving challenging problems, and he's eager to make your acquaintance. By the way, have you perchance heard about the coming festival? It is truly a splendid occasion, looked forward to by young and old alike, and one I hardly recommend that you take the time to enjoy. Don't be too disappointed that the recent show has cast a shadow over proceedings, however. I fear nothing short of the mysterious interloper's apprehension can prevent that. We were talking about you, Freya. You have made Mother proud. I expect great things of you, young lady. Thanks, Mom. This is looking open front of there. Nose! Nose! Huh. I'm tired. I'm tired, boy. Be piqued, I say you're ready to bed branch. I don't speak with tyranny. She'll be happy to set your feet on the path to completing your first level quest. Hey, it's 2B. Looking good, as always. Ooh, new pants! Not better pants, though. Well, better that they give me strength, but I think I already have something with that much strength. Okay, since first you walked through my door, and I will not deny it. As a matter of fact, I think it's time you made yourself useful at Bent Branch Meadows in the Central Shroud. Unlike the recruits you see at Bannock, the men and women out at Bent Branch are fully occupied with their own work. As such, I imagine there are more than a few who would welcome the assistance of a rapidly maturing adventurer like yourself. Why are you flying? It is another where the perfect place for you to begin this next stage of your adventure. And what better time than the present? Leave the city via the Blue Badger Gate and continue to the southwest until you come to a bridge. Hindsight, when you spy an 8th light in distance, you may congratulate yourself on having successfully found Bent Branch Meadows. Okay, alright. We still need to talk to the Lancers Guild. Jeez. Well, the big boy. It just ran past me. I can't see it. Okay. Did you ever return? Tell me, were you able to obtain the Stone of Courage? Yes, the Seed Stone, though it is in rather worse condition when I saw it. What happened to Naked Rock? I'll answer who, but recently threatened you moves the stone to Spirit Hold? I'm not content with trespass and slander. The base food now meddles with our training. Seven hells, this is not to be borne. Listen, Malfreya, though I do not doubt that you know better, my duty as Guildmaster compels me to state the obvious. Heed not that man's words. Lance's courage can only be forged in the midst of great dangers of vainglorious tripe. As you have already learned, the Lance's courage is the product of composure and resolve. Be under no misapprehension, watchfully navigating the Annals territory serve to temper your courage in a manner that blindly braving the terrors of Spirit Hold did not. As you continue your training, pray keep the lesson of this trial close to your heart. Ah, before you return to your adventuring, there's one more thing I'll tell you. In recognition of your unwavering efforts in trials thus far, I hereby grant you leave to join other guilds. Naturally, you must seek the permission of the relevant guildmaster for commencing your training. Getting is home to many great many guilds besides our own. To combat your calling, the archers and conjurers have a strong presence in our nation. Should you crave a more peaceful pastime, you may alternatively consider the leatherworkers, carpenters, and botanists. While there is something to be said for broadening one's horizons, it is also important to maintain focus. Always bear this in mind. As a good master, I would naturally prefer that you first master the Lancer's art. Rest assured that there will be time enough to take up another discipline when you have done so. And yet, whatever path or paths you choose to walk, I look forward to seeing you realize your obvious potential. And discipline in yours are that adventures can take up. The most rewarding experience, however, it is recommended that you first focus on mastering your current class. Alright. What to take? What to take? I'll take the bracers. I'm done with these fucking mitts on anyway. Give me the bracers. That doesn't look better. Your sets allow you to save several different combinations of equipment, swap them at your leisure. A button for gear set interfaces look in a portion of the character window. This can be a very convenient feature for players who regularly switch back and forth between various classes, as well as for players who wish to have already multiple sets of gear for different types of duties to undertake, such as PvP or instance raids. Press the plus button to register your current equipped gear as a new set. Okay. Also, new weapon. Feathered harpoon. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Gouges. Alright, guess we're going to Bent Branch. Can I just teleport there? Hold on. Hold on. No. I'll go to the plaza then. How's someone playing again? Where's the sit option? Do I not have a sit option? That's what I did. No. That's not the right one. Alright. fuck's going on over here? Do I have like any titles? What did you just throw on me? Okay. Let's get out of here. I'm going on an adventure! Ziggy Soul Dust. That's a good one. I think it was those stairs specifically. Not that big of a flight of stairs. It just takes you up to the fucking tree route that you can climb. Okay. I thought it was bigger than that. Hey, Keitha. Yes, we have the Venture Rune sent back. I'm the head wrangler around these parts. There are many and more things about you. Good things, lest you worry. When the elder seats here bait us welcome adventurers, it is fair to say we had our doubts till hard-working folk like yourself said about proving us wrong, that is. Consider me a convert. Any road. You a man to help out at the ranch, have you? Good. We could always do with a hand or two to help keep the place running smoothly. And in fact, I have a task right here that wants doing. Let me know when you're ready to get busy. Oh, and you come highly recommended, so don't go letting no one down, hey? Alright, I mean, I don't really need those pants. Wait, hold on. Okay. It is Vitality 2, or Strength 2, I mean. Strength 2, Dexterity, Determination, direct hit rate. So, if I care more about direct hit rate, or Determination... where's the other person? I'll take it. Their jacket. I might just start taking the bronze piece. Started it, prompted the damn thing to drop the egg as clutch and run. Some of the lads gave chase, blast them, but when 3 more of the vermin appeared, me lot had no choice but to turn back. Something has to be done about those Gickern. Could you mind heading over to the matron's left and having a word with a soldier named Rosaline for me? If I'm in her neck of the woods, she'll know what to do. Greetings, adventurer. My name is Tyranny, and I am in charge of assigning local live quests here at Branch Meadows. Gontran convinced you to seek me out, did he? Then I assume you have a basic understanding of what accepting a guild leave might entail. But first things first, I must be certain that your skills are a match for your enthusiasm. The Adventurers Guild would not approve of me sending a pledging there to her death or dishonor for want of the requisite capabilities. Take a moment to peruse the task outlined in this guild leave. Do you believe yourself up to the challenge? Pack vandals have been spot. The local distributor of guild leaves known as Live Me.
We'll bring up a list of people. The quest is way detected, select exit to add the quest to your journal.
Yeah, the owls are wont to flee to the broodmates when they sense they are overmatched. You would be wise to prevent such a reunion, lest the battle be drawn out past your limits of endurance. Journal. Okay, so we have to initiate it by a journal. Option to return. No. I'll go back to her. Oh! Are you kidding me? That's why I was hoping to stay around 4. That's dumb. So you broke one of her eggs, you say, and there are 4 of these other creatures? Alright, cool. Murder, please. You won't be scrambling any more eggs these days. Alright, I scrambled the eggs. They are dead. Wait, okay. I'll even sign the rest of those sort adventures. Perhaps now Kicker will think twice before giving into their larcenous proclivities. Yeah, sure, whatever. Give me the money. Oh. More things? Destroyed Dynamite's eggs! The eggs sicken me. Spare me the 6 tests and destroy the eggs. Hi there. Looking for a sure food mission to pluck blue trumpets from the root of the nearby heavens pillar. You know what you think? I think it's not more than mushrooms. So why the commotion? I'll tell you why. You allow that fungal mess to multiply, and within a moon they'll be covering the whole damn root and rotting the wood clean through. Watch your step while you're up there, though. The dynamite's on the ground. Won't waste any time adding insult to falling injuries. Once you're done, head up to the top end of the route and report to Theodore. He'll be glad to hear someone's taking care of one or more of his dreaded chores. Alright. Alright, where are the other ones? Well. Do I have to wait for them to, like, appear or something? No, Theodore's up there. Do I actually have to wait for more to appear? No, there's more. There's more. It's gonna be... There's another one. Which would make 4. Oh god. Hey Taylor, wonderful. To be quite honest, I have this teeny tiny problem with heights. No, this is not my ideal posting, but we all do what we must. Needs passable is an important job. You see, it's one of the few ways folks traverse the social justice calamity, all but split the area in twain. It is not perhaps the easiest pathway to walk, but there are those who believe the will of the matron herself caused this tendril of heaven's pillar to remain thus suspended, that it might serve the forest people. I'm rather fond of the notion myself. Money. Oh god, what do you have? What do you want me to do? And institution of Gridania, so any threats to its continued operation taken seriously by the Wood Whalers. Which reminds me, mayhap it was my imagination, but I believe I caught a glimpse of some shouty fellow not too long ago. Would you mind passing word to Rosaline below? I'll go myself, but well, it's hard enough marshalling the courage to walk down the route for my shift. Alright, where's the other one? Where's the other egg? There's supposed to be 2. Hold on. Where is it? Where are the dynamite eggs? Hold on. She doesn't like eggs. Egg! Where is the other one? This is the left, I assume? Oh, that's the left. This is the Dunstan Spire. Something completely different. Oh, Zuri Okami. Not a bad name. There they are. Alright, fight me! There. Hey, Rosaline. For your help. Okay. There are some actions which only can be learned by completing specific class quests. For example, the ranged Lancer weapon skill, Piercing Talon, is acquired by completing the Lancer's Guild quest available at level 10. Wait, 15. There. Alright. Now that you mention it, I have seen something. I mean, dismissed as a trick of the light before, but I thought I saw a shadow in the forest north. So I suspect there's nothing more than Kickering Thief on the run. You must sate your curiosity by all means investigate. Should you actually find something of note, I would like very much to see it. Got it. Maybe found something. This could belong to any adventure traveler. Inside, we have a chocobo, green brush, and rousing oil. Wait, why would a traveler make camp here when it would be far safer to beg the hospitality of Bent Branch Meadows? Bugger me, I think this belongs to that stranger said to be meddling with the chocobos. Think adventurer. We have lax in our duties, but no longer. I swear we will find the shadow. Money. Oh god, Rosalind, what do you got for me? Can't allow other sentries to dismiss some of the writings. They must know what we have learned to the end. I prepared this letter containing everything we know about a mysterious stranger. You show it to the comrades over throughout the shroud. Once each sentry has committed detailed memory, have them write their name at the bottom for confirmation. Alright. Let's go back to Bent Richmond and talk to Tyranny. Just to finish off things with her. There's Charles Lotosa. I have no fault for the crimes that saying you task around Bent Branch Meadows. Here, there are live quests plenty for hardworking adventurers such as yourself, and a deal of fame, fortune to be won they're doing. Should you be interested in a challenge quite unlike your average level quests, you might consider joining a guild hest. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Battle Warden Ribald outside yonder tent. I inform him of your success against the gnolls so that there are no doubts as to your abilities. Battlecraft lives. They actually get a bow? What do I get? I was told a stalwart adventurer will be along shortly. Take it that it is you. Then permit me to tell you all about our current operations. Wait, might this be your first time participating in Guild Test? I remember my first test. It was the night of my 20th name day. My fellow guildmates invited me to join them in the slaying of a family of PCs who were stealing chocobo eggs from Bent Branch Meadows. And the moment we arrived, one of the terrible beasts immediately turned to me and charged. The thing was twice my size and had already maimed several chocobo keeps. There was no way I could win, so I simply froze and waited for the end. That's when I remembered that I was not alone. My friends rallied around me, and together we defeated the PCs. That, my friend, is what a guild test is truly about. So, you friend, care to experience a test for yourself? I'll take the potion. By unlocking Duty Finder, you can now undertake multiplayer duties without having to form a party or on your own. Select Duty Finder under Duty from the main menu to bring up this. Okay. Special operations organized by adventure guilds and overseen by NPCs known as Battle Wardens. Speaking with a Battle Warden displays a list of all guilds currently available. Each operation has conditions such as level of class that must be met by all party members for the duty can be commenced. Yeah, so I read it back, don't worry. Okay. New guild tests and Dave quests. How do I get there? Oh. Let us commence this quest. Let's get going. Let's fucking go. Come on. Oh my god. Oh shit. Yes. I have the right one for you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. You employ stealth. Chris might range to buy the ornate jewelry. Alright, okay, didn't think so. Alright. We must go to Elma. So I just touched my X button because it was also starting to be a little weird. No! Get no! 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 Shit. Shit. There we go. We're good. Everything's fine. No need to panic. Hey, Elmar. Got a thing for you. Like you're here for training. We must move! Let's fucking go! That person paid $42. Bernard. What the fuck's wrong with me? God damn it. And now to the man at the stable. Kulu cha wow oof. Mind the red zone show, they get nervous around strangers. Here you go. Already shown this bard number, I see. Good, good. That's what's important to stop here. Not everyone here is a wood whaler, true, but even our sailboys wouldn't hesitate to take up arms to defend these chocobos. Oh, Ergar, what do you want to give me? We need to receive public the gates ago today. An excitable Lalafell that was sweating and swearing they had been attacked by large winged beasts. Yet, other than hornets, I know of no flying creatures in this region. If there's any truth to be said, I might prove polite to other travelers. Follow the road south to see if you can find any evidence to support his claim. And, should you find something, kindly tell Lothair to patrol his area sometime instead of just standing beneath the spire and staring at the goddamn road. In those words. Wait. This way? think they're married? You think they're dating? Or are they siblings? What's the RP backstory behind them? What do you guys think? Oh! I found the winged beast! There's a flare right in. Who the fuck? Someone saying that to me just like directly? Is that what that means? A fate? I see dynamites. I'll go help him. There you go. Now you get a full view of me. Yay! We completed the fate. Lava rap. Cool. So what am I looking for? Is it there? Hey, damn it. A vulture egg, huh? They were defending a nest? We could have hit the last detail from an airport. I would rather not give any further cause to be cross. Thank you for the fighting beast. You may rest assured that I will not permit this to happen again. Are these the same ones I'm actually wearing? How do I know? He has have embracers. I have embracers. He has have embracers. Both have embracers, but his are a different color. I'm just gonna take the money. Now you have a quest for me. Feathered harpoon. I already have this. Let us be adventure. I need you to head to the hedge tree to the southwest of here. Speak with hero Leone. After tending to the hedge tree, the hero was scheduled to board a boat from the mirror planks. Well, the vessel's departure time has come and gone, but there is still no sign of her. Knowing how absorbed the hero becomes in her work, I am not unduly concerned. Armely, however, was responsible for organizing Leone's transportation and is likely wondering if her wayward passenger is ever going to arrive. Perhaps a gentle reminder is in order? Alright. Going further into the forest? Down by the head. Okay. Should be fine. Leone! What are you doing? Ah, yes, the boat. I'd quite forgotten. Oh, my task. My task entry is well and finished, but the elemental murmur of a malevolent presence to the city of the Tamtara deep crop. Must abide while longer, that I might better divine the source of the elemental's distress. Please inform Armel that I shall be late in arriving. We run back. I should get a mount at some point soon. Dynamite? No. No! We're gonna get chased by dynamites all over the place. Come on. Wish sprint had less of a cooldown. Your message here, Leone, and I request of Deepcroft? That does sound grave indeed. We should organize a vessel for a later time then. Perhaps a bell from now? 2? Better make it 3, just to be safe. Thank you for your trouble. It's literally the same weapon. Literally the same weapon. And now what do you got for me? Ah, finally something new. Alright, you assist me with another matter, milady. A wagon that departed from Craymel was overturned on the road when some large, ill-tempered forest beast chose that moment to defend its territory. By Nafika's grace, the driver escaped without serious injury, but the wagon's cargo was not so fortunate. With none willing to risk another encounter with the creature, I can only assume the goods remained strewn across the ground where the incident occurred. Select salvage cargo, deliver it to Kathat, Bent Richmond, as you'd be so kind. Sure. Can I hide the mouse anywhere? There, that's better. What the hell is going on over here? Oh my god! Kinda sucks I can't get a house. Seems like a pretty cool thing to have in this video game when you can like just fully decorate and stuff. At least give me a lot more to do if I have to buy the materials to decorate it. So how am I supposed to even finish this quest if I can't just, like, go to Lavender Beds then? Like, this seems kind of garbage, if that's the case. Muship Kusanagi? I'm not just gonna join a group so I can be in their house. We're not unlike guilds. While there are no restrictions on who may join a company, players cannot belong to more than one free company at a time. Like, how the hell am I supposed to... Okay, let me look at that one again. And the only adventures will be permitted to settle when the 11 bets as part of the... Oh. How do you do that? What do they want me to do? Just let me see the home, man. I'll never be able to finish that quest. It's so stupid. Why would they make it like this? Unless there's something I'm missing. I could have sworn there were tutorials. Am I missing it? Am I just blind? I'm probably blind. Whatever. I'll ask specs when you decide to call me in. If he ever decides to. I think he's currently doing Destiny. Destiny 2. Did it for me? Yes. I was waiting on from Curry Mail. Heard the wagon and ran afoul of some great monstrosity just up the pass in the mirror planks. See, you managed to scrape together a few bits and pieces. Seems I can't get through 2 bells these days without hearing some new tale of horrors in the deep croft or bandit cutthroats prowling the woods hereabouts. Makes me wonder if me chocobos are safe at night. It does. Forever in need of adventure skills, I hope you'll be around and lend a hand. I got a thing. Got a thing. Give me. It's not even appearing. What? What? You're telling me there's no use for this besides... Disappointed. Ukalot! How you doing, man? Oh, no, God, please don't lay his egg! You tell me, I set that here before. When I turned, it was gone. It's gone. An egg? Sorry, you should have lay another. God, you don't understand. The egg is extremely valuable. I must find it. Thank you. Someone must have made off with it. There can be no other explanation. Scour every ilm of the... Once more to be sure. While I do so, I should be careful. You'd ask those if they notice anything unusual. Alright, well, I'm going to take a tiny break for bathroom and snacks. Maybe a snack. I don't know. Well, let's see. It's just Alright. That's actually cool. Okay. I'll be right back. She wants pets. So chatty lately. Very chatty. I should go onto Specs' stream and just ask him if he wants to join the Discord, so I can at least have someone to talk to. Hold on. Yeah, he's kind of busy, so I'll give him time. I'll give him time. But how long have you been streaming for? About an hour and a half. Question the people of Bent Branch Meadows. We left a man who was running off towards the town to our deep crop. You say an egg was took? And I'd say that there was your culprit. Why do you want to pinch a chocolate egg? Without proper learning, it's damn near impossible to get one to hatch. Oh, Leo there. Those and fellow didn't recognize his face. You know, oh God, you don't think he? Why the hell didn't I cost him? To be fair, you didn't know. You know, just accost random people you bump into. It's not proper accosting etiquette. Ooh. I want to help. Hey, cool. Oh, is that the guy that was helping me, the Me Too Tia? Oh, she's plant. Oh, she's doing plant stuff. Not gonna bother her. One of the greatest birds. Hold your chocobos. I got an exit from Ishgard. Like I say, why do you go run off towards the Tamtar Deepcroft? Since I got me mental map upside down, that's the opposite direction. Yeah, but you may seek to lay a falche or bah. The why it is not important, ladies, because all that matters, adventurer. I beg of you, hunt the scoundrel down and take back what he stole. Well, at least you ain't planning on chasing after him yourself, wherever he's from. Alright. Time to take the egg back. It's about time. A ball! Is it upstairs again? Probably upstairs again. Yep, there it is. Yeah, have a good one. That belongs to Luke a lot. Who in bloody fury are you? Oh, those sops at Bent Branch hired themselves an adventurer, did they? Yeah, another complication. This farce has gone on long enough. Kill the Moogle and the farmer's hireling and bring me that damned egg. Come on. You're winning, Koopa. This one, you absolute obstinate cur. Thank you, Kupo. What's that, Kupo? How'd you come out to be out here? Here's Leia. Leia's a very plush chocolate, in case you didn't know. Anyway, I was having a nap at the stables when that nasty fellow crept in and tried to steal it, Kupo. I jumped as quickly as I could and made a run for it. I was planning to take it back to Bent Branch myself, but it might be safer if you did it. I'm sure Look-A-Lot will be happy to see you, Kupo. Damn Diamites! Ruining everything. Can you guys see Minnie in the background? No, you can't. There she is. Say hi, Minnie. Minnie? She doing a little meow? Meow, Minnie? As there she goes. What a good kitty. What a good kitty. Oh, there she goes. And she's leaving us. Oh no, she's going to get food. She did. Oh, that's what the kind of meow she did. She had a hungry meow. You have food in there. Don't you try to lie to me. You have food in there. You have the egg. Is it safe? Yes, it has the right coloring, the right weight. It is most definitely his egg. I know not how to thank you. Wait for a bit there, Freya. 'Tis good to see you and the egg back safe and sound. I was involved. I'd be one who did not, in fact, make off with the egg. Well, I could hardly anticipate the intervention of a Moogle. Look at me. It couldn't be the same one, could it? My own kind are unlikely to say over for Keitha. Could be I. One of them saved my hide back when the calamity struck. I was in part of woods, what we now call the stand-in courses, that day. It seemed like the whole bleeding forest was ablaze. I couldn't see a yom in front of me for all the smoke. Well, nigh given up hope I had. Nigh giving up hope I had. Then, all of a sudden, a Moogle appears out of nowhere, tugs at my smoldering leaf, and leads me straight to a bit of the wood where the fire hadn't taken hold. And now you know why the business is named Moogle's Gift Mounts. Seems like the least I could do. I'd be dead if it weren't for that plucky little bugger. Incredible. Maybe that Moogle has stood vigil over us ever since that day. Heh. I got to work then. We're gonna go letting our guardian angel down, will we? Freya, you have our thanks. Oh, and I believe Nicolette wants to give you a little something for your troubles. I don't think I can use that. Even though there is an offhand option. That might just be for ones that actually have an offhand. I'll take the money. Oh, you've got another one for me? Yes, kind of sir, I hate to impose again, but I have need of your assistance in another matter. One of grave import, I fear. Dirigibles are very... Oh, I gotta deliver this letter to Mune. Mommy Mune. I think we're already past, like, territory that I haven't experienced. What can I get? Nothing important. I mean, I'm good as is. I don't really need anything to make me stronger. I'm pretty decent. Oh, they're still sitting here. It's awesome how, like, the players just like to just hang around and make this place feel very lived in. That for air. Would your earlier task? Yeah. Gods be good. I wish for Freya. Suffice to say, it is urgent. I fear it may also prove dangerous. However, so you must be prepared. Make what arrangements you can and report back to me the moment you are ready. Okay. One thing I did want to check is I wanted to check on the Lancer guild. I think I'm at a level that is good. So we'll take a look. Take a look. Loading is so fucking good, man. Very good. Range attack by potency of 150. We get to urgently require your help. Scarcely a bell ago, our old friend Folks paid us another visit, seemingly intent upon reprising the performance he gave on the day of your first meeting. As on that occasion, he raked to the air was thick with slanders, and every soul who met his gaze more craven than the last. Yes, however, not all ears are deaf to his myriad provocations. It seems one of our young members took offense at his words and demanded satisfaction of the rogue. They have since departed to duel in the East Shroud. Had I been on hand, I would have forbidden such folly and rebuked the lad for letting pride cloud his judgment. I learned of it too late, and the boy is gone. All you can do now is ensure that the hot-headed fool does not come to lasting harm. I would have departed in pursuit of the pair ere you came, but my duties keep me here. That is why I turned to you now. Okay, alright. In the East Shroud. What? But. I don't want to pay money to go to the East Shroud. Fine. That's what it'll take. And you remember how I am, trust? Who are you again? You wound me. How could you possibly be your mentor? He who taught you the true meaning of courage. That is of little consequence, though the forgotten teacher has plain that you have not forgotten his teachings. I have seen you able to retrieve the stone of courage and spirit hold. Since I was right about you. You are the makings of a true lancer, unlike those charlatans of the Lancers Guild. It is well that you have come to me, for I have just a trial for you, one that will do wonders for your courage. Not interested, you say? But you have no choice. Should you refuse, well, so I say that I will not be able to guarantee the safety of your comrade here. When last we spoke, I told you that a Lancer may forge true courage only in the midst of great danger. It is to say that the threat posed by ordinary creatures is insufficient, and you must needs seek out better sport. Fear not, I have taken liberty of finding you something suitable. Take this alchemic potation and sprinkle it upon the exposed roots yonder. Doing so will garnish you with the wrath of a certain creature, which you must then strike down. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright. Done. That was nothing. That was nothing! That was weak! Weak, I say! I didn't mean to... Damn it. If I strike another fancy creature, you sure to strengthen your courage. Release card? Oh, I shall, once you've completed my next. This one will pit you against a multitude of foes. Integrate to the life men stump in the central shroud. Once there, seek out a likely spot along the forest path to lie in wait. Man-eating wolves are wont to hunt there at this time of year, and it should not be long before a pack appears. When the beasts show themselves, you are to slay their leader, the Alpha. Well, I shall be observing from up close, ready to offer you advice. God, dude. This guy's such an asshole, dude. Let's let one of my fellow Lancers go, dude. You having fun up there? Shit, I forgot something. Hold on. Probably not the best place to sit down, but I kind of have to. Alright, be right back. Be right back. Minnie? What's that? Hey, alright. Ah. Ugh. Shit. I'm back. Alright. Listen, Minnie. You have food. I'm not gonna give you more food. How did you fit? I'm thinking I'm feeding you too much anyway. That's why you barfed last night. Yeah, I remember that. We're the people of Gridania. Having taken my trials, you must now see that those issued by the guild are not child's play. Mine is the one true path to courage. All others are ignominy. If you wish to become a lancer worthy of the name, I suggest you leave Egwene and his House of Cravens never to return. For your sake, I pray that you do so soon, till we meet again. I'm leaving this one. Stab rabbit? Okay. How tall is she? Pretty tall. That's a tall woman. Okay then. God, you're safe. The Angover Lancer returned but moments ago. And through choked tears, recounted to me all that transpired. I understand, folks. Said, tempted to force upon you his corrected notion of courage. I cannot say it's often that the Lancer strengthens his courage by tempering his composure and resolve, not by rushing headlong into danger. You were able to overcome folks' trials. 'Tis true. Yet know that you didn't so by virtue of true courage. That is, courage born of composure and resolve. Faltered not before the fury of frenzied Treant, nor did you succumb to panic when surrounded by bloodthirsty wolves. Owing to this, you were able to perform to the fullest of your potential. You come far, Freya. It is past time that I taught you the piercing talon technique, one of my most versatile weapons in the Lance's arsenal. May it serve you well. Now I must needs decide what course I should take with regard to your self-appointed mentor. Though no lives were lost, this latest incident only serves to confirm what I have long suspected. That Foku will cause great harm if left to propagate his corrupted notion of courage. He must be persuaded to assist, though I do not yet know how. Mayhap his regard for you could be turned to our advantage, but leave such considerations to me. Would you be able to propose in your mind? Piercing talon! And disembowel. Okay, let's think about this. There you go. What level do I have to be for that one? Also, yeah, we gotta put back on the, oh. Level 20! We're actually 2 away from that, so... We'll just talk to Mother Mew and probably do the quest, and we'll probably be able to get to 20 pretty soon. This looks stupid. He has an extra defense, so I guess that's what matters. Just wish it looked a little bit better.
Ooh, scratchy your back. Ooh.
Hey, Minnie. Still waiting for food, even though you have it in your bowl? Hey, Minnie. Here again. Yes, you can. A kitty. Kitty cat, in fact. Minnie is a pretty kitty. Such a pretty kitty. Shit, okay. Is that a fork? Alright, that's enough. This is what I should be playing. Based on Nukalat's observations, the eggs all have designs on the guardian tree and they mean to act soon. The tree is the oldest living thing in this ancient forest, and it is held sacred by every forest-born Gridanian. Should it come to any harm, the elementals will fly into a rage beyond pacifying. I dread to think of the chaos that would ensue. We have much time, we must act quickly. May I please see this letter to the hands of Bow Lord Lewin at the seat of the first bow and quiver's hold. Should need rise, pray put yourself wholly at the man's disposal. I strongly suspect he will need all the able-bodied souls he can muster. The head of Grenade hangs in balance. Go swiftly, Freya. Oh yeah, let me check my hunting log. I have 8 of 10. North Shroud. North Shroud. Let's go to North Shroud for a little bit, just kill those things, and then we'll be on our way. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, there's some over here. Oh, it's the Carpenter's Guild. Okay, never mind. I'll do that later. Kinda just want to do some of the story stuff. I do want to do those guilds, because they do sound interesting, and it seems like they could be very helpful for getting certain items. I bet that's for the Conjurer's Guild. Botanist might be the first one to try out, because that sounds like I could make like my own potions and stuff. You know what? Let's do the Botanist Guild. Let's take it. It's right there. It'll probably be pretty nice and simple. We'll see. There, what is he here? You're just gonna become a botanist, are you? You've come to the right place. At our guild, you can study under some of the finest botanists in all the realm. That's a proposition, is it not? So what say you? Would you like to add your name to our roll? Sure. Into the shrubbery. But first, a brief explanation on the origins of the Botanist Guild. A guild boasts a long history. Its roots can be traced back from... Alright. Hey, Fufucha. Yes. Go away. Okay. Latex, got it. Did I ever use this one? Or tune? Yes, I have a tune. Alright, well. None here. Alright, well. Time to be on our way. Is there a way to like quickly change gear sets without just going into here and doing this? Is there a way to do that faster? Minnie picked her head up. I wonder why. You can see it. I can see a little form in the webcam. She's looking cute. Cute! Kawaii, as some people say. What a cute little kitty. Oh, they're dead. Disembowel the squirrel. I just wanted to see what they look like. And they look pretty cool. There's some mitlings. next on the log? Oh, got it. There's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure. Maybe they're further in. Whoa, what the hell is this place? Why is it level 35? Whoa! I'll check it out later. Obviously, I'm not fit to be here yet. Oh, no. Okay, time to get out. Time to get out. Before they, touch my butthole. And make me regret coming in. Where is he? Where are they up? Oh, there! Alright, next log. East Shroud, and North. Mostly in the East Shroud. South Shroud? Right now I'm pretty sure we're in the North Shroud. How do I set those things? I'll have that go there. That seems like pretty useful. Where are the mature trees, huh? Where are the trees that smoke and drink? And say the bad curse words? There's one. Found thee. As many as 8 different times, I have to go gather for it. Begin gathering by selecting an umbrella. And after right clicking the target. Come on, man. I'm on controller. Heal, come on, come on. Ah, it's another tree. Level up. $25 yalms. Okay, where do I get the fucking latex? Sorry if I hit the mic. I'm starting to feel like I'm not going to be getting any latex from these trees. Still nothing. Okay. Latex isn't here. There it is. Oh wow, I actually have to level up all of it. Oh. Didn't expect it to be like this. I guess specs did kind of tell me, but yeah. Getting up there. Okay. Get the latex. Here you go. I see precisely 10 pots of latex. Just like instructions, you have done well. Easy to find, equally easy to harvest. As such, collecting the stuff is an ideal task for young botanists who are learning their way around a hatchet. Yet, know that being able to swing said tool does not make you a botanist. You must also possess the knowledge to locate the resources you seek. That'll be all from me for the present. I urge you to keep honing your senses and skills as a botanist. Gather near and far and learn from your experiences. Look forward to seeing you again when you have become better acquainted with our trade. Till then, I bid you happy gathering. Reaching level 5. I'm already at level 5.
So, I'm at level 7, which makes me a pretty good botanist if I do say so myself.
I see I've learned how gathering classes work, yeah. Ah, that was the girl I saw. Looking for shit. Alright, that's what I was looking for. Okay. Whoa, it's red. That is red as fuck. Whatever. Resign gear. There you go. Yeah, just want to do botany. Seemed fun. Oh, I'll get a... And I've already done some pretty good amount of stuff for Lancer. If you want to join in the chat, I'm still in Discord. $50 pots worth of maple sap? Is there a way to do emotes easier? Ooh. That's some fancy... That's not botanist armor, is it? No, she's a Lancer. A fellow Lancer, I see. I always love interactions like this. Alright. See ya. Come on, quickly. Yep. Damn it. Alright, should I do more of that, or... There. Well, no, I can still... I need to put some things up in my, log. My hunting log. No, it's new grenade. Oh, North Shroud's out there. I just passed it. Ow. Yeah, no, this is nice. I like the bond. It seems pretty relaxing. Something I could just do when I'm out and about. Oot and a boot. Alright, let's put myself this back on. So he needs maple sap. Maple branch. It's a lot of XP for just gathering shit. I guess they have to find a way to level you up, huh? Without making it too boring and too grindy. Which is actually really nice of an MMO to do. Nope. Not what I'm looking for. 50 pots of fucking maple sap. Jesus Christ. That's better. Meanwhile, I do need to keep an eye out for anything that might be a huntable thing. But I don't think there's any out here in the North Shroud anymore. So let's go get these 50 pots, and then I think that'll be it for botanist for now. I might just do some botanist quests on my own without streaming it, because yeah, I'm not sure this is very exciting for people. I'm not a good conversationalist on my own. As you see this information so that you may log, mine, or fish without fear of being attacked. Okay, so it's just a constant thing. Oh, hey, Specs.
I'm logging in now. I gotta pee though, so I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
I turned that off. My fucking tank.
Maple sap is more easily found over here. You must have it. No, you do not. I don't. After this, I probably won't be doing botanist quests on stream. Doesn't seem too engaging. Something I could just do idly. Oh, we got 50. Never mind. We're good. Oh god. Okay, hold on.
Hello there.
Hey, Winner.
What's up?
You too. We're gaming. Oh, I'm like, why the fuck does my game have nothing on it? Because I didn't set game capture on.
Elgato's being a bitch right now.
What?
Elgato's being a bitch. It
What's
did, that,
Elgato
it did
doing?
that thing during Village where it just froze.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. But it's like, that's like the only time I've ever seen it happen. And now.
Honestly, mine had a few hiccups when I was playing with Switch a while back, but that was that ended up being the cable was bad.
Oh,
I had to get a new
that might,
HDMI cable.
might be the case. Oh, it's HDMI, not the USB-C to USB.
Oh, I've got the 4K 60 is why. I've got the one that is built in.
Hmm.
It's like it goes into a PCI slot inside my tower.
I got an
Yeah,
HD60S
look at
Plus.
you should see my tank. I have a tank mount. I got it today.
Cool.
It's from doing daily quests for like a month and a half. Because there's like a story progression with each of the beast tribes you end up being friends with later on. But that's a much later on like end game thing.
Come on.
Gotta get all my dailies done. There's actually one I skipped. As I missed. Does the tank fly? The tank can fly.
Tanks do that.
Yeah, it's got like jets on the bottom of it. It can fly. Does it have unique music? I'm curious. Oh, that's disappointing. It just uses the generic mount music. That's lame. I was hoping it had like something cool that it played.
What?
Mounts in Final Fantasy XIV, when you mount up on them, usually have a unique music that plays. Some of them use a generic song that plays, but other ones have unique songs that play that are unique to the mount.
Oh, sorry. For some reason, when you said mount, my brain immediately went to
Monster
like Monster Hunter mounts. Yeah, I was like
Oh.
what? When did they introduce that? I was like so confused.
Like, I mean, that would be cool if like if the music changed when you mounted the monster.
I think that does happen in the Monster Hunter event.
It happens in World.
It did?
Yeah, when
Yeah,
you
it
get
happened
the
in
monster, like for Zenogre, you start hearing drums.
Oh, I never noticed that.
Well, you never
Yeah,
mounted.
and with
Well, I know I never mounted. I just never noticed the song when you mounted because you did it all the time.
it was
I'd be the only one to hear it.
Oh, it wasn't something like it wouldn't change for everybody kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
no, it's for whoever mounted it. Like Safi Jiva, I believe it
okay.
adds extra strings to his music so that it
Oh.
sounds more similar to Xenojiva's theme.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
I know Raging Brachydios.
There you go. Stream's back.
Nice. Raging Brachydios also had something similar, where
Huh.
if you mounted him, it added a small you know how he has a chord like voices in his song. When you mounted him, they'll turn into chanting instead, like low breath chanting, and then they added like loud drums to it.
Huh.
You can look it up on.
I never understood how to get into all the mounting stuff in that, so I just kind of avoided it.
It just attacks in the air, really. So unless you have like Unless
Don't
there's
have
ledges
aerial
nearby,
attack.
or yeah, or you had a weapon that was like mostly aerial.
Yeah,
Then you're not gonna
Bo's
get it.
area attack was weird because you had to like run up and like backflip off of cliffs to do it, but only some things let you do it.
I don't
Not
think
everyone.
that
Yeah.
counted. I think the melee attack counted for that, but not the run
You had
through
to
wall
like
and
yeah,
shoot.
you had to dodge with the melee like slice near a wall that was a wall you could actually do the run kick up off of, and then you could do a little bit of damage to her or a down strike melee attack. But it didn't work like I think it would.
Well, they
Like
had
there were
to
some walls
they
just like
well they had to fix it because in Generations,
uh,
the bow had a trick where if a monster's on a ledge with you, if you
Uh-huh.
point away from the ledge, like if the ledge is behind you, if you fire your arrow, it would push you enough to knock you off that little cliff, and all you had to do was press the melee button, and you'd go right back on, and you can keep repeating it, and you can mount monsters like in seconds that way, because it's just such a fast thing you can do.
oh,
But that's in Generations. They had to change it because people were getting mounts way too quick with certain
yeah, I was
weapons.
gonna say that sounds like you could quickly use the shit out of that.
Oh yeah, like a bunch of weapons had that. Sword and Shield had that. Great Sword had that, where you could just roll backwards and just continuously slam it over and over. There was a whole style in Generations just for aerial attacks,
Wow.
and that was really fun. Like Switch Axe aerial was so fun because you attack on the way up and on the way down.
Oh shit.
So so you did like an uppercut with the sword. So I do know in what's it called in Rise, that whole mounting the monster thing now, like
Huh.
you could just mount any monster that's not the target like much easier.
Huh.
Because the targets are so much like they put like it takes a while to mount the target compared to every other monster.
Much to the people that post videos on Twitter. Those people are crazy.
Well, there's ways to like manipulate it, but like if you mount like another monster that's not the target and then slam that monster into the target, you get an instant mount for the first time.
What the fuck is?
Yeah, I noticed that when we were playing. It seemed like no matter what happened, you smash the monster into the other monster, it would just immediately, one of them would immediately go to like, oh, you can just climb on it.
Yeah. But after that, like they build like a huge tolerance. Like it's really rare to mount the target like more than once.
Huh.
Like of all the time I've played Rise, like I have over 144 hours, I think. I forgot how much I have.
Something crazy like that, probably.
Yeah,
right
I've
now.
only got the second mount like a handful of times. Like
Huh.
I can count it on one hand how many times I've done it.
Wow.
And one of
Oh.
them was with Free, because Free was using me and Free were like going crazy with the silk the silk skills.
Yeah.
And like near the end of the fight, we got the second mount.
I need
'Cause
to
I think-
find.
Because I think that's when I think that was the first time you got your Dragoon thing, and we were like testing out how much damage you can do
Screenshots.
Yeah.
with it.
Freelance,
And
I have a
it-
screenshot to show you.
You have a screenshot?
I'm gonna post it. Does Lunar know Lahi yet?
I mean, I've shown him the I've shown him the clip.
So I was doing my dailies yesterday.
There's a quest called Lahi.
These dailies didn't exist at the launch of the game. These got added in a later patch, as they usually do with these types of dailies.
Yeah.
And one of the quests is to use the Word of Power, which is part of the actual story of the area you're in. That song playing, the song that plays and the singing that's done is actually part of the area's lore.
Huh.
That is a song that is used to remember the words of power of an ancient empire that used to live in these great woods here.
So they know Lahi?
Yep. Yeah, there's actual reason behind it. It became a meme because of it just being, a fucking bop of a song for one, and being one of the only songs in the game that's background music that isn't a boss music track that has lyrics.
Where the hell is Sicily? Who's this Sicily person need to deliver fucking sap to?
Oh, are you doing the botanist quests?
Yeah.
Oh. You've chosen to take up the role of the botanist?
The botanist, yes.
Ah. You don't want to be a fisherman?
Maybe later.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Lunar. Final Fantasy XIV has like a lot of fishing mechanics.
Like, it's not just fish. It's bait,
Like,
weather conditions,
like using a
time
fish
of
you
day,
caught as bait for the next bigger fish to catch.
and then using that bigger fish as bait for an even bigger fish. That does also exist.
I mean, that's how you can usually do it.
Yeah, it's done up in a probably the most interesting way I've ever seen it in an MMO. Like I've never seen it done this in depth. Like the gathering and crafting in Final Fantasy XIV is an actual class. It's not like hit a button and craft this item. There's abilities and buffs and debuffs and all kinds of gear and stats that all go into it. It's actually really crazy.
Oh, someone has a little duck.
What?
I'm streaming on Discord, by the way, Lunar.
Oh my god. Every time I see
watching.
like a duck or a goose thing like that, all I can think of is this. Quill spends a lot of time on funny junk. And there's this guy who's like a complete tool that has an avatar that's an angry goose. And Quill has this
That's a tail
meme
wiggle?
video that plays every time someone says something that would trigger this guy to get him to show up.
I love
And it's
it.
the guy from the Bee movie. He's here. I sense it.
The ugly duckling, and he belongs to a guild, it looks like.
Yeah, Pippa Takamura. Unless that's, I think that's just who they belong to.
What?
So they
I still
belong
like
to.
I still like what I said better.
Okay.
It's a
Also,
guild.
why do you have 10,000 MP?
Good question.
Oh, that's because that is the default value of 0 in the game, because he's playing a class that doesn't use it.
Oh,
It just defaults it to 10k is the default number. That's just the default number it goes to when it would return a null value because the class null doesn't use it. So instead of it not showing the bar at all, it just shows
Wait,
the default form version of it.
what's over there?
There used to be a resource for melee class, but they got rid of that in I want to say Heaven's Ward because it was a rather archaic system.
That was like stamina.
It was similar to stamina, but the problem is your sprint ability also used the entire bar, but it had a 15-second cooldown instead of a minute cooldown. So what they did to alleviate that was it went to a they moved it up to a minute-long cooldown, removed the cost of that ability, but then got rid of those abilities altogether.
So why
Because
did
the way
they...
that's the way that stat that worked, you couldn't make it where it regenerated faster. And if you died and had to be resurrected, you effectively, as a melee damage class, did 0 damage except auto-attacking because it started you at the 0 amount and it had to naturally go up on its own. It wasn't a great system, so they ended up getting rid of it.
God's Quiver Bow. Hello, sir.
It is the silliest fucking name of any NPC in the game. Because their group is called the God's Quiver. And his rank is Bow.
Okay.
But makes it sound like
I am the
just
bow
silly.
of God.
I am the Bow God of Quivers.
Defile the guardian tree.
I'd
Why
love
are
to.
you
Thank you for asking.
Why are you defiling a tree, Freelance?
Sir, those filthy birdmen will not touch it, nay, not so much as a leaf.
Whoa, 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 filthy Birdman! I don't know if we can work together, my bro.
No, it's,
Oh,
oh, no,
no.
that's no. He was talking about that one Netflix show.
Was it a spin-off from Harvey Birdman?
Yeah, Harvey Birdman isn't Netflix, is it? I think of something else.
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law?
Yeah, it was a Adult Swim thing, wasn't it?
Hold on,
Yeah.
I gotta kill a bot.
Then go kill the
We don't
bot.
want to become. We're not trying to become famous here.
With
fuck
that,
outta
the
here.
Warriors of Light were still with us. Aren't I supposed to be
Oh.
a Warrior of Light? Or do I not find that out until
What?
later?
Someone beat me to that band.
Might not actually be at that part yet. I got him. I saw it.
Diligent.
I was thirsty.
My boys are diligent. Oh, I saw
I was
Squirrel.
thirsty for the kill. No, I don't think you find out what level are you right now, freelance.
I'm level 18 for Lancer.
Okay.
Alrighty, bloody hell.
Have you run a dungeon yet?
No. I mean,
Okay,
unless the Spirit Hold one counts.
No.
No.
The first dungeon I believe you should be running is Sestasha.
Haven't heard of that place yet.
It's either Sestasha or it would be Tamtara Deepcroft.
Also, how the hell am I supposed to complete the Lavender Beds quest when I can't even own a house?
Oh no, that's just to travel there. That's just showing you the area.
How do I travel there? I don't know how. I went to the boat and there's nothing that says travel to Lavender Beds.
There's a boat in the one in the city should take you there. It's not in the. It's. What area are you at?
Oh yeah,
You're
it's,
at-
yeah. Talk to that guy. He says the
area.
ferry is not available at this moment. Oh, Ahsoka Tano.
Oh, it might be the
It looks nothing
Be
like Ahsoka.
Ahsoka?
It looks nothing like Ahsoka.
Luke, did I ever tell you about Ashoka Tano? That fucking copy pasta, dude.
Oh, that's nothing. You know what we need to show you one of these days?
Uh,
Free, remind me what it's called?
Uh,
Star War.
God, Star Wars. I have to look up.
Yeah, so do I. Hold on. Star War: The Third Gathering's Backstroke of the West.
Yes.
That's it.
So basically, what people did is they took the script of the Star Wars movies, and they put them through a translator, translated them into Chinese, and then translated them back into English, and then dubbed that.
oh,
Yeah,
dude,
and then
fucking
dub the entirety
favorite
of the
one
movie.
My favorite one is Duel of the Fates, but it's been thrown through 8 different languages and then back to English.
Oh, that's something like this, but a group of people just dubbed the entire movie, and it's on YouTube. It's like 2 hours and 20 minutes, and we were barely able to get through like maybe 20 minutes of it, of like the best of it, the highlights. It's like, wow, we couldn't even stand like 24 minutes of it.
Oh,
So I
I'm
was
done.
like,
Yeah, the scary part is that some of it was actually starting to make sense.
yeah, it started making sense as it kept going on.
I just got massacred by a floor mandrill.
My apologies for the inconvenience, but this ferry is presently out of service. Motherfucker, I'll kill you. Fine.
Weird. I wonder why that one doesn't work. It must want you to do the one in, I think, the South Shroud.
I haven't been to the South Shroud.
Or it might be. No, it's not this one. It's the one near.
Oh no, I'm just going here for the
And
hunting.
no, it's the one in the Central Shroud. I believe is the one it wants you to use.
Make haste to the Guardian Tree. Hold on, I need to hunt though.
I've never done the starting quests for being in Gridania. I've only ever done the starting quests for being in the
Oh no, there are others.
in Limsa.
Star War: The Fourth Gathers. The Novelty Desires.
The what?
Why are there more of
I-
those? Why does that exist?
God. The peaceful is willing to D. The superior is a bad person. You underrated my ability. Is
Everyone is good. What's the name of a Jedi?
Melly
again?
boy. Huh?
What was the name of a Jedi? It's like a situation warrior.
Yes, yeah.
A hopeless
Hopeless situation warrior. That's it.
What do I need to do?
I still did not figure out what elephant.
What
What was the translation of elephant? We heard it like 6 times and could not for the life of us understand what it was supposed
I
to be.
tried looking in the comments and no one said anything about it.
Maybe it's Empire? No, it wouldn't be Empire.
I need to make actual things with this. Okay. Interesting. All right, I'll have to play with this at some point. I never actually opened these. The Crystarian.
Name West
whatever it is.
Emperor.
Alright, Anyways, wait, what does disembowel exactly do? Delivers an attack with a potency of 100. Combo action, true thrust. Combo bonus increases damage
Disembowel?
by
That's what that's
10%
called?
for 30 seconds. Ooh.
Okay, so yeah, what you do is you true thrust, and then you'd use that, and then that'll put a debuff on the target to make them take more damage for a short amount of time.
Nice.
And then you basically want to try and keep that up as often as possible. So you want to turn that on, do a shitload of damage, and then
Can it stack with life surge?
well, life surge you really want to use when you actually need health to do stuff with.
Oh no, that's what bloodbath is for.
Well, bloodbath is just the everybody gets life surge version of it.
Oh,
Life
that's
surge is
a, oh,
the-
that's
I
a,
get
that's
this
a
because I'm a
multiple
dra-
people thing?
Yeah, bloodbath is a if you look at where those abilities are, if you go into actions and traits,
Roll.
there's roll. The roll ones are the ones that are specific to damage classes. So
That-
because you're a melee DPS, all of the melee DPS get those same 6
It doesn't have a range or a radius.
because it activates on you specifically.
Oh.
It's a buff to yourself, and you can activate it once every like minute and a half.
They still have those crazy like super abilities that can take like a few days to recharge, or did they get rid of those?
Those have never existed as long as I've played the game. And
they
I've been
not?
playing since the game relaunched.
Well, I mean, I think it was before the game relaunched.
If it was a 1.0 thing, then no, that
Yeah.
doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, okay.
Nothing from 1.0 exists.
The only like massive big attack that still exists or like is a thing is when you're in a group of varying sizes is the limit break system.
Okay.
But
Because I
that's
used
not,
to, because I used to remember they had like this huge big ability that took like either a few hours or like a few days to recharge. I know EverQuest had them for sure,
yeah, I have no idea.
and
on
they
that
got
for-
rid of they lowered the time limit of it in EverQuest like by a massive amount because there are some that are like instantly kill like every player in the room, but you can't use this ability for like 3 days.
Jeez.
I mean, it's a like I've told Free the story, but back at the very like really close to the beginning of EverQuest, there were zones in the game that were just free for PvP,
Mhm.
and in that game, if you died, all your gear stays on your body, and after a certain amount of time passes, your body will rot and you'll lose all your items forever.
Huh.
So there are these dickheads.
Kind of like RuneScape, where when you die, you drop all your items.
Yeah. So my aunt was killed in one of those PvP zones, and there's just a bunch of dickheads staying around her corpse, not letting her get her body back.
As they do.
So she asked me, "Hey, can you help me deal with these guys?" And there's like 4 of them. So I went in there, pressed a button, and killed all 4 at once.
Huh.
And
But
got
then
her
you
body
get-
back. And then for the next hour, I camped their bodies to make sure they couldn't get their stuff. So they had an idea what it felt like.
Ah, that's always nice when you can grief the griefers.
I mean, it took a while. Like, back then, the max level was 50, and it was like a level 50 ability.
Ah,
Called,
it took a while to actually get something like that.
Yeah. It was called Death Touch, I think it was called. It did your level, plus 0, plus 1 at the end of it. So I was level 50, and back then, having over 100 HP was like a big deal. Now when I went back to the game, I recently went back to the game because it's been years,
Right,
and my
yeah,
uncle
that's
has
a lot.
been playing the game. Yeah, my uncle's been playing the game for a long time, and he's like, "Oh man, I just got this piece of armor that gave me like 100,000, like 100 million, HP," and I was like, "What?" Like last that I went there, 1,000 was like end game HP, and you're telling me they have millions now?
Jeez, yeah.
It's like, I can't-
if you
it's like-
played 1.0 of this game and then like waited until it relaunched and played just A Realm Reborn, like they're 2 totally different games. They're not even
Yeah.
the same thing.
I mean, apparently it was for the better.
Oh, 100%. Yoshi P not only saved this game, he brought integrity back to it and has made literally one of the greatest MMOs to not only have a comeback in history, but have just standing ground.
Considered by many to be one of the best Final Fantasies out there.
Yeah, it is arguably one of the best Final Fantasies ever made,
Now he's producing the 16th game.
which is likely to become yet again another just amazing one to behold. Like I'm really
if
excited.
the
to
combat
play it.
feels great,
I don't see why I wouldn't, honestly.
yeah. I mean, they have the combat like designer from Devil May Cry 5.
I mean, at that point, then we already know it's gonna be good. I've never personally played DMC.
I would suggest.
I've seen the
I think
combat.
Yeah, I would suggest it.
Yeah, I've seen the combat, and it looks like a lot of fucking fun. And anyone who's
Yeah.
ever told me about Devil May Cry is like, dude, you really like this game. I was like, I'll just sit down and play it at some point.
Just be warned, the game can get hard. Because the Devil May Cry has just been like that.
I get,
No, because-
most
no,
games
because
for
some-
me are like really fucking difficult for me, honestly, in the first place. So
Yeah, but some parts in certain Devil May Cries, not all of them, but certain ones, there's like areas that just have like big difficulty spikes. Like in Devil May Cry 3, I think it was. Before they fixed it up, because I believe the original version, the normal difficulty in English was hard. And there was just a huge difficulty spike when you got to the Cerberus boss for the first time. Like I lost to him like a dozen times.
3.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, he's tough.
I lost to him
Yeah.
like 3 times. Pretty hard boss.
I lost to him. I'm gonna say that about a dozen times, like 12 or 13. Because because the game was set to hard. The English version, for whatever reason, normal was hard.
That was such a weird thing where like whenever the Japanese game would be ported over to English, they'd make it harder.
Yeah, I'm glad they fixed that in the special edition. In the special edition, they returned it to normal. And I don't know why they did that. It was just this weird thing. But Devil May Cry, what was the one the recent one that came out? 5.
5.
5 was pretty set all the way through. I didn't feel very many difficulty spikes or anything like that. It was just a smooth ride for me, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And the final bosses was really fun too.
I watched Smoker play through 2, 3, and 4 when he did his marathon of all of them. And they all looked really cool. I was like, oh, this looks really
Except
neat.
for 2, but
I don't know, 2 seemed pretty
It's not.
I didn't see a reason with it.
it's not. It's the one that feels the worst to play.
It was rushed.
Oh.
But
It was just they switched creative directors halfway through it.
Like I said, I watched Smoker play it. Smoker liked all of them, so he had a fun time and it was fun to watch all the way through. I was like, oh, these look really fun.
I'm glad he had fun. Like, I didn't have too much fun with 2. Definitely 1, 3, 4, and 5. I definitely liked all of those.
I mean, he did say that 2 was the weakest of them, but he said I still enjoy it. Like, it may not be the strongest of all the games, but I still like it. I was like, that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
The best thing from it was that Dante's jacket looked cooler.
His design in that game was great, and they keep bringing it back as like special outfits in other games.
But what
'Cause
game does the guy have the fucking plastic lawn chair that scrapes around on the floor?
That's a
No,
mod.
that's a mod in 5.
Uh,
Somebody made a joke about it, and then it just took off.
well, it needs to be baseline for the game, honestly.
I am glad with a lot of the mods. Oh, by the way, so I forgot to mention this, Free. So remember that mod I showed you about like the Devil May Cry with Yakuza jackets and whatnot?
Yeah.
So I made the joke in their comment section. It's like, man, I'd really love it if when they went into their devil triggers, that it was just them without their shirts on with tattoos instead. And people were like people in the comment sections were like, "Holy shit, this is an idea!" And I think another
Holy
guy is
shit.
like, "I'm gonna go talk." Is like, "I'm gonna go tell the mod author about this idea." So
Oh,
I really hope that happens. That'll be really fun.
accidentally spawned another meme mod.
I'd be fine with that. I'll be proud. Oh, how are summoners in this game? I
it's
forgetting to
apparently
ask.
it's one of Specs' favorite classes.
It's my favorite
Really?
class. It's changed a lot, and I'm curious as to what they're gonna do because Yoshi P did say in one of the live letters at one point that pets have a timer on them essentially as to how long they're gonna stay existing, which has me curious because Summoner's gone through a lot of iterations since I started playing the game, for better and for worse at times, but I'm curious to see how they would maintain Summoner feeling like a Summoner by not having you summon the pet part of the class. Because as a Summoner, there's the two things that you get later on in the game that let you invoke Bahamut and Phoenix. But your main part of your class is you have a pet. And that pet is an Eggy of one of 3 different primals, which are the 3 main ones you face during the game's campaign. I'm not going to reveal it, I don't want to get the story parts up.
Okay.
But it's really cool because like the class has, you know, aspects of it that kind of tie it into the game's story, which I think is really fucking cool. But they've changed that quite a bit, and now pets used to be targetable and had their own special abilities, work a lot like they did in like World of Warcraft. Now they just kind of are there and aren't targetable and are very awkward. They're better than they were at the start of Stormblood now and Shadowbringers, but I'm still not super happy with where they're at, and I don't know how I feel about the class not having a pet. So I really like it, but there are changes about it I'm not happy with. But it's still my favorite class by far.
Gotcha.
I'm dead.
No, don't do that.
Well, considering I'm the tank, that's not ideal.
Because I think one of the games I play that has my favorite. They're not summoners, but they're their class that has a summon. They have my favorite version of it because what it is, they're called Beast Lords, and you don't get a series of pets. You get a single pet type, and it depends on your race. So if you're like this lizard race, you have these dragon wolves. If you're a Vashir, which are like cat people, you get like a tiger kind of thing. And your skills link up with your creature.
Oh, okay.
So
Kind of like the Beastmaster class I've heard of in other Final Fantasy games that a lot of people are mad they still haven't added to this game, but I don't think it's going to happen if they don't want to do pets. A big part of why summoners got changed for context was because there were points where the tank pet that the summoner got could literally tank raid bosses and gimp mechanics out, and that's not fantastic. That was a big part of why they changed it.
Well, the reason I brought that up is because I like the way EverQuest does it. Because EverQuest, the way they do their Beast Lords is Beast Lords can be a tank. They can choose to be a tank. You can build yourself to be a tank, but the way you do it is you get skills that you give some of the damage you take to your pet. Your pet will take that damage. But if your pet dies, you cannot resummon it in that encounter. You have to leave the encounter first to resummon it. So there's a big risk. Like, you lose half your DPS.
Right.
But you can stay as a tank longer if you do it. So that's the reason why I like it so much. There's a big, huge thing. Like, there's raid bosses that it can, wind up like this big, huge super attack, and the Beast Sword can be like, okay, my pet, go to the other side of that giant boss and taunt it, and it'll do it. The pet will die, but the Beast Lord now no longer has that pet for the rest of the encounter.
Jeez.
So he just saved, the room, but now he just lost half his DPS.
Oh wow. Yeah, I've never played a game that has that type of a mechanic to it, intentionally at least. Because they're just not. I've never seen. Most games I've played are all been built in a different way, where that just is. Well, a neat idea wouldn't work. Just because of how the content's set up. I don't know if EverQuest has like designated tank classes and such like that.
Yeah, they do. Like there are warriors that are like specifically for tanks, but you can build differently. I know you can build them differently now because armor is everything in that game now, which I'm a little sad by. Because before it's like, if you're a warrior, this is what you do. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of how 14 is set up, is like, if I'm a gunbreaker, I can only be a tank. This class is not designed where it can ever be a DPS class. It can't be a healer class.
Yeah, and EverQuest, it used to be like that as well, and then they changed it. Or it's like, oh, now your gear can make you do, you know.
Right, that sounds more like how like Elder Scrolls Online is set up, where your gear and your like abilities you pick dictate more of what your class is than what you actually picked when you started playing the game.
Yeah, we have in EverQuest we have AAs now, which is alternate abilities, I think it's called. That's another thing that you can do to change your class, essentially.
Oh, okay.
And AAs take a while. My uncle's been playing since EverQuest came out.
Holy crap.
And he hasn't reached the end of his of getting his AAs because EverQuest is absolutely insane when it comes to that. It took him almost 3 months to level like once on a character.
Jeez.
Because it's just so much experience to go from one to another.
So that's a bit grindy, more grindy than I'd like to do.
Well, EverQuest came out is like one of the
EverQuest is one of the, like the oldest of G's, like
yeah, like
it's one of the first things that ever like did MMO things.
Yeah.
I think it was like it and like Phantasy Star Online, because Phantasy Star Online was on Dreamcast.
Yeah.
I found that
EverQuest.
out recently. I was like, you could play Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast? What?
Oh yeah, I still own a copy. Like
I never had a Dreamcast growing up, but we also like didn't have the internet until like 2004.
Yeah, EverQuest is definitely one of the big granddaddies. And it's what's really funny to me is that a big number of the team from EverQuest went to do World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
So
a bunch of guys that were on the original team for Classic WoW worked on the EverQuest game.
yeah. So fate failed.
Oh,
I guess it wasn't your fate.
I guess it wasn't.
Were you doing it alone? Because a lot of times those are like out in the world like group content styled things.
Well, it's kind of out of the way, so it's not like everyone comes here to the Guardian Tree all the time.
Yeah, it's not too common that people do too many fates these days.
Yeah, it seems like just a little fun thing. Oh, look, there's a fate over there. I'll just fuck around.
Yeah. It used to be like the prime way to level, but they've since added like other ways to level, and like the older fates don't have a huge reward system, so like you'll see more people doing them usually on like the weekends. Because that's just when there's more people usually on with it. But like this time of day on like a Tuesday, there's probably not going to be, especially with Tuesday, with it being Tuesday since it's reset day. People aren't going to be going out of their way usually to run fates and stuff. They're usually doing their weekly reset stuff like raiding and their dungeon farms for their tokens and things.
Gotcha. I will say there is one thing I am happy that EverQuest kind of got rid of, which is after a certain level in EverQuest, originally anyway, grouping was damn near mandatory. Like, you couldn't do anything without a group in that game, late game. Not even late game. I want to say like level 20. Like, you could not kill level 20 mobs. Like, they will just pound you into the earth.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, like,
that would not be great for me because my friends tend to be very fickle, and sometimes I have people to play with, other times I'm the only one playing the game. And that would just make me not want to play MMOs if they were all done like that.
It took, I'm going to tell you this, it took me a long damn time to get max level in EverQuest when it first came out, which was level 50 at the time. It took almost, like, it took months and months and months. And I was, like, in groups constantly. And it just took forever. I mean, you feel strong when you're level 50, but you could not take another level 50 creature. And there was just zones in that area that were designed to kill groups of players. Like, you pull one thing and aggro it, and the entire zone would be angry at you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, WoW had a lot of areas like that where like you'd go there and be and like everything would be considered an elite mob, and like oh, I'm not supposed to be here alone. And then you'd go there with a group and go, oh, maybe we should come back when we're higher level.
Oh man, there is one I will never forget because me and my uncle like rage quit the game for months after this. So there's this dungeon where there are these frost giants, and frost giants are no joke in that game. They do some damage. Like they can 1 to 2 shot you if you are not prepared for their attacks. And we were in a group of I think 6, like a full group. We had 2 healers because it was mandatory in that dungeon. And no joke, there are like a pair of guards in front, and every guide at the time told you pull the left guard only. If you pull the right guard, the entirety of the dungeon aggroes and comes after your group. So we made a mistake and we attacked the left one with an AoE, and the right one was triggered. And no joke, the enemies a floor above us hit and killed us.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like we were like, and we couldn't get our bodies back because it was too close to the right one. So we had to slowly and constantly keep dying to pull our bodies. Like you could drag your bodies in that game. You have to drag it out of their aggro range.
Jeez.
Oh man, it took hours for us to get our bodies back. And me and my uncle were just like, I think we're done for the day, and we didn't come back until like 3 months later.
Good lord.
And they thankfully they kind of lowered a bunch of that stuff. There are some dungeons that are still that bad, but the mobs are manageable still. Like it's to the point where my uncle can play 3 characters on the same computer in his own group, and he'll be fine. And now you can also hire mercenaries that are NPCs that just help you.
Oh, okay. So they've modernized it over the
Yeah,
years.
like they definitely, for sure, after WoW came out, they definitely followed more in WoW's footsteps. Like they just made it more accessible. Because EverQuest was not an accessible game.
Yeah, I realized being a bit more accessible was more the way the flavor works. If you want to stick around for the longevity, you kind of want to make sure people can like come and just kind of jump into your game and want to stick around and grow stronger.
Yeah, there is definitely some stuff that I really enjoy in EverQuest. It still has one of my favorite little side things where it just turns you into a monster and you just have monster abilities.
Oh.
Which I really like. In PvP, it's really fun because I get mistaken for a mob all the time, and it gives me a reason to kill someone. It's like, oh, PvP, and just attack like newbies and whatnot. But yeah, there are some fun stuff. I definitely do like certain quests because there are certain quests in that game that just they take you over like across the entire continent.
Always fun when you've got that RPG element still in it. WoW's lost that a bit over the years, which is unfortunate. They've tried to bring it back, but they really need to start breaking the mold in the right way again and not with reinventing the wheel. Final Fantasy does a really good job with taking you around the world and really keeping the RPG element that is Final Fantasy involved in the MMO part of the game.
Yeah. There's a thing that EverQuest used to have. They don't really have it anymore, which makes me sad. EverQuest in the very beginning. So the way you got quests is that you'll talk to NPCs, and the NPC would say something, and then there's like a bracket over a certain word, like it's a different color, and you have to type in chat like a question asking about that word.
Oh, that's
and
like
then the
the old
NPC.
text-based games kind of thing. Did
Yeah,
stuff like that.
And it'll work. Like they'll like, oh, I'm having trouble down at the farm, at the farm, like the farmhouse, and then farmhouse would be highlighted, and you ask, what's going on in the farmhouse in chat, and they'll respond.
That's like big, like before we had like menuing where you could select a response option kind of thing.
Yeah, nowadays when I played recently, all you have to do is click on the word now, and it just advances that part. And it's like I like the typing thing. Like it kind of endearing. And now there's like magical guides like on the floor that point you the way.
And kind of give you an idea, like, hey, you need to go this way.
Yeah, and before it's just like, oh, it's to the north, across a river that, across a bridge that has a
World
broken
of Warcraft
sign.
had a similar setup like that until the Cataclysm expansion, and it didn't last long, especially once they introduced add-ons. Biggest ones being things like Questy and Quest Helper, where World of Warcraft quests until fairly recently even didn't tell you where to go, or when they started telling you where to go, only kind of told you like a general area.
They're just vague about
And like back in Classic WoW, there's a lot of people that just didn't finish the game because they just didn't know where the fuck to go. Because it was like, go collect this for me. Where? What do you mean? And it was like, you just kind of had to guess or like hopefully figure it out. I know a lot of people that had played WoW early on that just stopped playing because they're like, I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people quit in EverQuest for that same reason, because although I will say there are certain moments in EverQuest that I found hilarious because it can be based on your character's race and based on their religion, because you can have religions in that game.
Huh.
So there's these realms that you can go to based on the gods of EverQuest. And one of them is called Kazakh Thul, and Kazakh Thul is a god known as the Faceless, and he's in the realm of chaos. So there's a quest that I had to get like the super sword for my race, for my class and race, right? And the game tells you, well, we looked up guides because it was way too hard to discover on your own. It's like, oh, you need to kill Kazakh Thul in the Chaos Realm and take the sword from his body, right? So me and my guild gathered up, we're ready to fight Kazakh Thul because he's no joke. They're like almost raid level bosses. So they told me, it's like, all right, go up to him and initiate the fight, because I have to be the one that initiates it. That's how the quest works. But I'm an XIV, which are lizard people, which are chaos beings, and my religion is Chaos Thul. So when I walked up to him, I noticed that it said, he considers you warmly, which means he's not aggro towards me. So I went up to him and talked to him, and he gave me the sword.
That's pretty funny.
Well, he gave me the hilt, because I have to like forge the sword. So he gave me the hilt. So I went to my entire group and went, yeah. So he just gave it to me.
So funny story, since you made note of that many devs from EverQuest went over to World of Warcraft. In classic World of Warcraft, there is a world boss who then shows up again in the Warlords of Draenor expansion, known as Doom Lord Kazakh, who happens to also drop a sword. And he hangs out in the Blasted Lands, in a fell-torn area where the demons control it.
So they just brought Kazakh Thul.
They literally just went and referenced that character entirely in there, which, I mean, that was a lot of what World of Warcraft was in the earlier days, was it made a lot of references, and that's why it still has a lot of those things in it, where like it'll make pop culture references and silly things like that, because it was just, that was like an endearing part of the game for a lot of things, is the devs just having fun with it and making silly pop culture references and meme references even as far back as then.
What is that? I'm sorry, I had to stop and look at that.
Are his hands bloody?
Don't worry about that. He's a baby goblin.
It's a gremlin.
That's
you're right.
That's literally what they are. They're gremlins. I thought you were talking about the fleshless captive that I'm fighting.
I can't see your screen.
Oh.
Are you streaming at the moment?
I am.
Streaming on Twitch.
Oh.
No,
I'm
I'm on Twitch as well.
Oh.
I was like watching yours. I didn't know that you're on there.
Mm.
But
I have been known to be a bit of a gamer.
I don't believe it. I got some fake news.
Oh, whoa.
He has never shown
Oh, yeah,
anything
but-
that proves him to be a actual gamer.
Oh, what?
He doesn't play Candy Crush every day, so obviously he's not a gamer.
Shit.
Oh no, I'm not a gamer now.
Fake gamer.
I only play Warframe.
I've been ousted. It's
Hey.
been revealed I'm actually a fake gamer.
Yeah, near raids. which I
What?
hope to do at some point in the future. I would say soon, but there's like tons of hours of content.
Yokotaro's,
Oh my god, that
raid.
thing is cute.
Oh, this thing,
The little shining.
the Fennec.
Oh, the carbuncles? Yeah, those are what the Arcanist class, the class that turns into summoner, has as a pet before you become a summoner. That doesn't mean they go away though. You can still use them as a summoner. There's a command that you can use
Fat
that'll
bird.
trigger the it triggers the summons you normally would have would look like a carbuncle
The
instead.
fat fucking
Oh.
bird.
Fledgling dodo.
Yep.
So that's why they went extinct.
Yep. They thick.
Ooh, I like that outfit.
Oh, what is that? Floating like right next to him.
Oh, that's a
It's the
Moogle.
puff of darkness. Oh, that?
Oh, it's a Moogle.
It's a Taoist Moogle.
Don't look at me.
Racist.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, it's like a.
Oh my
it's a
God.
BB.
Little BB. Oh, it's not
Oh,
V. It's a black mage.
Yeah, there
It's a
is
minion of light.
The character you're talking about does show up in the game though.
Does he? BB?
He's in a side quest.
Yeah, apparently
Huh.
Kefka's also in this game.
Kefka's a boss in one of these raids during Stormblood. There's a raid that they did where they went back and you had to fight a bunch of bosses from previous Final Fantasy games. XIV shows up as a boss in that raid as well.
Whoa.
Yeah,
X-Death? Really?
XIV. Yep.
Yeah, Yoshi P,
Huh.
like he's really good at just.
They do a really good job with this game. Like, I love
kinda-
World of
I kinda
Warcraft,
wanna
but
see the
these guys-
Kefka.
this does a really good job with this.
Oh, you might still
I
be.
kind of
able
want.
you might still be able to catch up with me, if you wanna.
Oh yeah, people still run all that content. That content all still gets run. That's not. The thing with 14 and what they do well is that they have methods and ways to put in incentive to still run content even after it's outdated, because of how their level sync system works, and because that keeps it, because there's quests that tie into all that, so players can still finish those quests. They give rewards and incentivize people to go back and do it for another way to get rewards for endgame content stuff. So like nothing ever really becomes irrelevant in this game. It becomes trivialized, but not irrelevant.
That's true.
And I think that's one of the best things it does, is that the game has longevity and it keeps people out in the world.
Oh,
So it's not like WoW where you can be an old content, you'll never see another player. Here you'll always see other people.
yeah. What I love about just seeing all these other people is that they really just like to interact.
Yep.
These
We're
people just
also on
love
an R-
like
we're
playing
also on an
music, and we'll all
RP
clap
server.
and stuff and sit around and.
Yeah. That's kind of unique to this data center though. The Crystal Data Center is like the RP data center. So we kind of have all the servers that have like all the RP players on, so they get really immersed into the game.
Oh,
so
it's a
we get that extra layer of it, which is why we can't have housing, because there's not enough housing to go around. Because people gimmick it and cheat their way around to having multiple houses per account when that's should never be allowed.
Gotcha. You know, there is one game that I'm actually sad kind of lost pretty much everything great about it,
What was
because they switch
Oh, I think this is what you told me
Studios.
about, wasn't it?
yeah, so it was called Horizons Empire of Ishlar, I think it was called. It's one of the only MMOs I've ever seen so far that has a playable dragon race.
Like it's an actual like legitimate dragon.
Yeah, so you start off as a hatchling and you have to earn your wings. And when you earn your wings, you can fly freely across the entire world. And you're huge. You're like,
You're
When you-
like the whole ass dragon.
yeah, you can't even enter buildings anymore. Like you have to
Oh.
you have to unlock a spell that turns you human size. Like you become like a humanoid dragon.
That's actually pretty cool.
And you didn't get armor. What you did is that you infused your scales with like gold, like what's it called? Gold,
I just
obsidian,
noticed that
diamond,
they started
stuff like
doing
that.
Oh my god, that's so good that they do that now. I don't mean to cut you off. They never used to do this, but the paladin class is it's class weapon, because the weapon is what governs what class you are.
All right.
They use a sword and shield. Well, it used to be that the sword dropped separate from the shield, so sometimes you wouldn't get one or the other for a while. Now, if it drops one, it always drops them both.
Okay, so it's like one class item.
Yeah. So like,
Okay.
It's not like we're in like WoW where like if I'm a hunter I can have, you know, 8 different kinds of weapons I can potentially use. In 14, like if you're a summoner, your weapon is a spellbook. If I'm a gunbreaker, my weapon is a gunblade. If I'm a Dark Knight, my weapon is a big claymore. If I'm a machinist, my weapon is a gun.
Gotcha.
And like that specific weapon is your class weapon, and like that is what governs what class you have once you unlock the class. You can unlock every class on a single character in this game, which is really fucking cool.
Where am
Yeah.
I going?
Just keep looking around. You'll get there eventually.
What are you? What quest are you on?
Dragon. Gold obsidian put on dragon race. Is what you're talking about.
No, what quest are you on that you're lost on?
Oh, so yeah, so it had a playable dragon race, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had a dragon. I was really happy with it. And then, unfortunately, as time went on, the studio that had this team under it, unfortunately, switched teams because they had this. They sold pretty much the entire studio to another company.
Oh,
So, which was unfortunate because after that, the entire game,
like just downhill
like,
from there.
yeah, just downhill, like just a steep, like hill.
It was a steep and heavy and abrupt decline.
Yeah, but the cool thing is that the devs were very upset by it, but they're like, it's like, you know, the servers are going to be down for a while, but you know, the new team's going to take over and everything. But we want to make sure you guys have a very fun time with that. So we're going to make an event and we're not going to tell you guys how it starts. So for a few days, nothing happened, and then we found out that a single player was in this area called the Blighted. I think it's called the Blighted Sea. The Blight are pretty much like the big enemy in the game. They're like the undead essentially. And a dragon hit a crystal that wasn't there before. When he hit it, it started like a chain reaction, and the blight started spreading across the entire server, like all servers. It started spreading.
Oh.
And every player that was killed, a copy of their character would rise up and join the undead army and start attacking every city, every town, and everything. And it got to the point where there was one last city that all the blight was coming at from every side, and every player was on the server defending the city.
It's pretty cool.
And there's just such cool things. Like there was an event, like this was way before the change, but there was an event where it's like, oh, we have to save. There's like this race that's enslaved, right? And it's like everybody on a server needs to join together and like cut down trees to build a bridge to get to this area. So it took like a few hours to build this bridge. We went there and we saved this race. And because a server, not our server, there's another server that did it first, because they saved that race under a certain amount of time, that race became available for every other player on every other server.
Oh, that's
so
pretty cool.
You were actively unlocking new races by saving them.
Huh.
We unlocked I forgot what they're called. They're like half goat people.
I wonder if that concept is what may have inspired Yoshi P to do what they did to trigger A Realm Reborn. Because back when the game first shut down, I want to say this was like 2012, 2013. What they did was what's called the Calamity, and it plays directly into how the storyline of the game progressed from there. Is there were 2 moons on this planet. Well, one of them was forced to descend by the Imperial Legion, the bad guys. And it released Bahamut, who at the time they saw him as a primal. He was like a godlike being with incredible power. Well, what they did is they'd have to shut the game down to rebuild it and start over. So the game would shut off, and this was a guaranteed loss event, and it was a server-wide, week-long event that led up to the end of the game. And at the end of it, as you're fighting through, Dalamud crashed into the planet, it shattered open, and Bahamut would fly across, and it destroyed everything. And the servers shut down. And it would just say, thanks for playing, we'll see you soon. And there was a cutscene that played and everything for it. It was really neat. And I wonder if that whole world event concept came from that whole idea.
wondering that because that
Because I'd never heard of
World
these world
event.
event concept things prior to that. And I mean, there's a chance that like two people just came up with the same idea, like, oh, we'll
yeah
just do this cool
yeah
big
that,
world event
that
thing.
yeah
you know?
that might have been because
But it'd be neat that like, oh, it was was inspired by like this ragtag MMO that existed a bajillion years ago. You know, that
yeah
had this
'cause-
neat idea that just kind of spawned out of desperation almost. It sounds like.
yeah it for sure was, and it was really like. It was just so tragic. Like the way the game worked before is like every race had, their own starting village, their own starting town. Each race had their own. And after the big, server reset, where they're going to be like, oh, we want to make sure that everyone can play the game at the same pace, is what they said. So what they actually meant is, Human City is level 1 to 10. Orc City is level like 10 to 15, and then so on and so forth. And then Dragon, the Dragon starting area, which my race was. I was level 45 at the time. Dragon area is level 60 plus, so I could not level in my own area.
Oh.
Because it was just higher than my level.
Whoops.
Oh, here's a screenshot of before the server reset of this game.
That's wild that you still have the screenshot.
Oh yeah, people love this game.
Wow, yeah, you can tell how far back that game is.
Yeah, but you see, he's playing a hatchling, and the other one's an adult dragon.
Yeah, that's wild. That's fucking crazy.
And then Elders, which unfortunately weren't released by the time that this whole event happened. Elders were supposed to be huge. They were supposed to be these huge dragons. They were like double the size of adults. And then after the reset, they're a tiny little bit like bigger than adult dragons because they're like, oh, we don't want them too big.
Right.
And it's like, that's the point. Elders were supposed to be huge. They're supposed to be huge to the point where they were going to be so hard to get that obviously if you had an Elder class, then you were like top tier already. Like, it took me like several days to get an adult dragon. Like, it wasn't easy, but it was worth it. Like, you earned your wings. Hell, when I became adult dragon, I spent like the first day just flying across the world. Like, that's all I did.
Well, it was just like, I did this. Everyone look at me.
Yeah, oh, here's another con. Unfortunately, most of these races did not come out, but these were a lot of planned races.
Did you
Oh, wow.
bask in her light?
Yeah, the Slick,
Have
the
you,
Kitarv,
perchance,
the Dwarf,
experienced
Demons, Elves,
sensations
Orcs,
akin to ether sickness of
Slans,
late?
Dryads, Giants. Like, we got a few of those. Unfortunately, we
That
didn't get all of them.
Heidelin would speak directly to
but,
this woman.
Like, you can see, like, dragons were meant to be big. So the fact that
There
they're like, no,
once
we don't
were
want them too big.
dauntless
After
adventurers who
after we
fought
got
in the
that, it's
name
like,
of Eorzean.
come on, like.
When
It's
the
like, I was like,
primals
this is,
threatened to bleed the land dry,
very unique
these
situation.
brave men and women rose to face them. When the Garlean Empire
God, I'm like looking at the
resumed its war
screenshots
of
and I'm getting like
conquest,
nostalgia.
they rushed to the realm, and when it was foretold that Dalamud would fall, they fought with all
Oh,
their
and they had some
strength
fun
to
events.
deliver
My favorite
us
one was
from
the
certain
Halloween
doom.
event.
Yet as strong
Because
and as
what you did
brave
is
as
that
they were,
the game would
they,
give you like a little
so
baggie
many,
and be like, oh, you can
disappeared
just
amidst the
type out the
flames
words
at
trick or treat to
Cartanel.
NPCs and they'll give you a random candy. And those random candies will give you just random items in the game.
None have
One of
forgotten
them,
the heroes
which is my
who
favorite,
gave
it just
all
gave you
for the sake of
costumes
a
where your
realm
character would
not
become
their
like an
own.
enemy in the game.
Yet when we
Oh.
try to recall
So,
their names,
since I'm a dragon,
we
there's like
find the
3 different
pages
costumes
of
that I
our
can get.
memories
Ghost
are
Dragon,
blank,
Zombie
as if
Dragon, or
bleached
Blight
by
Dragon.
the sun.
So if you
And
get
when we try
a Ghost
to
Dragon,
recall
you're a
their
ghost
faces,
as a dragon just
we
flying
see
around,
them
which is really
only
fun.
in silhouette, as if they
And
stood
I played that
betwixt
game
us
so early, like
and a
since beta. My
blinding
dragon's name was Behemoth, like Bahamut.
Hence have these heroes
Oh,
come
wow.
to
Like
be
I had that
known
name. I was
as
so
the
super happy with
warriors
it.
of light.
Oh, and depending on what class you did, you can also change the element of your
Beholding
dragon's
you,
breath attacks
illuminated
as well.
by the glow
Yeah.
of the crystal.
So I think I had
I
lightning
could not
for
help
mine.
but be reminded
There was
of
ice,
them.
there was fire, and there was blight. I think was the other one.
crystal has chosen you for a purpose.
But like, there's just so much fun
Trust
stuff. I
to
love
its
the
guiding light,
crafting system in
and
that game as
all
well.
shall be revealed
Because it
to
just
you
wasn't
in
just,
good time.
you know,
Though
have a bunch
none
of
can
iron
say for
and it
certain
works.
what
It's
the
like
future will
you
bring.
put it together in like this
It
little
is my
screen.
belief that
It's
you
like,
may
okay,
yet play a
iron.
telling
It's like, do you
role
want a
in the
reinforcement?
tale
You know,
of
do you want a
this great
reinforcement
realm.
with anything? It's like, okay,
For the
iron, and then you
power of
put
the
gold,
echo
so that the
resides
iron has like a
within you.
gold tint to it. And it's like, okay, now do you want to dye it at the same time? It's like, what do you want to dye it with? And it's like, there's red flowers. Okay, now that armor has a red hue to it. Like, you can do all that in a crafting screen.
That's actually pretty cool.
It was really fun because my aunt used to play that game with me, and she just loves coloring her characters. So she was like, "Oh, can you make me, you know, silver and gold armor with like a pink helmet?" And it's like, okay, I need to go
She knew
out.
back in the day that transmog is the real end game.
No, we all did. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. So I built her armor set. And it's like, all right, I need to find a red flower and a white flower and mix them together to make a pink, like a pink dye to paint the helmet. Oh, it was just fun overall.
Bid 'em hold that position, though it costs them
I
their
looked away
lives.
for a moment. Now there's a cutscene happening. What's going on?
I'm a warrior of
The
light.
yellow serpents are in need
Oh, you
of
have learned that you are the
succor.
warrior of the light.
Pray,
Yes.
send
Oh
the
wow!
white
Congratulations
wolves
on
to
your
their aid.
promotion.
This looks like the
You're
calamity.
a hero freelance.
And then now I have a flashback
The
to, I guess, the
adventurers
calamity,
risk life and
because
limb for our cause. We must
It
not
looks like the
fail
world is
them.
destroyed.
There's a lot of points in the 2.0 storyline that are direct shoutouts for like people who played 1.0, but they're also there to establish like, hey, this is what the fuck was going on and what happened before, so you understand where we're coming from with the context here. Because if they didn't do that, you probably wouldn't understand like, oh, this is the calamity, this is what the whole motive was and why it happened.
No.
They kind of
It is
had to
nothing.
reestablish all of that. You know. So that's what those cutscenes are. Is there's a lot of story establishment happening there. There are points in this game where I will say make sure you've got the popcorn ready. There are points where cutscenes will play and the game will actively warn you. Set aside time to watch these cutscenes. Several of them will be playing in sequence.
yeah.
We are being
Lunar
And that's
Specs
usually
told me-
when
Specs
yeah,
told me
it's
that,
usually
like-
when the when like a major like patch is ending or an expansion ending situation is going on where like this is the last piece of content before an expansion came out. So there was like big story, big like event, and then like, okay, here's the cliffhanger and the hook. We'll see you in the next expansion. You gotta sit on this for 6 months and wait. Cliffhanger time.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, respond.
Look at this creative character that died.
Bloodthorn seems pretty dead.
He's fine. He can walk it off.
What happened?
Bloodthorn is
Some guy
dead.
called Bloodthorn. Looks like he's dead.
Bloodthorn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is it the one of the cronies?
Yeah.
Arg.
Oh yeah, what you're seeing there, that cutscene is what was going on during the like
This is
Cataclysm
Raging
event
Bull.
thing, the
What news?
Calamity event when 1.0 ended.
Ah.
That's what was going on when the game was ending. Was that big battle?
Surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. God preserve, what is that thing? What's going on? Speak to me.
Wait, was that guy's name Jax Ryder?
Jackus Rider.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
Jack
some,
is Ryder.
there's some fun references in there too. This game is no stranger to that either.
What's that reference to?
Pug Rider.
Yeah.
Pug Rider,
Mad
our
Snake!
character from Mass Effect Andromeda.
Snake! Answer me!
There's also a
Mad
if you pay
Snake?
attention to all the names of the if you pay attention to all the names of the Limsa Lominsa companies for like
Damn it.
their army, their standing army,
Damn
they
it all
follow
to
the
the
same naming
seventh
convention as Legends of the
hell.
Hidden Temple.
Oh god.
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Now that's a name I haven't heard from in 1,000 years.
They're rebooting it.
Admiral.
Oh yeah, I
How's that
heard.
working?
I'm not sure if I'm gonna be.
I'm not sure if I'm okay with it either.
Yeah.
I hear
What
it's
of our
adults
own?
only now.
It is.
Oh, that's
It
lame.
is. It is being rebooted
I
for the
cannot say,
generation
my
who grew up
lady.
with it, as it
That
turns out.
monstrosity appears to be
It's
disrupting
not the point
our
of rebooting stuff.
communications.
No, it's not.
We must
Ah,
That's what I
who
feel like the
cares if
joke ends
kids
up
have
lying
fun?
call
in.
till they respond.
Fuck them kids. I don't give a shit about your damn
Yes,
kids.
my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do
No.
no more. We
No.
must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir.
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold.
I feel really
but
bad
there
for a
will
lot of the
be
healers
no
I end up
victor
playing with
this
because I
day.
really don't understand how tanking works.
You know this to be true.
Take lot damage.
Let us not sacrifice.
Oh, I take a lot of
lives in
damage.
vain.
Aggro.
I take a lot of
Aggro, yeah.
The
damage.
adventurers fight
I don't lose
bravely,
threat. I know
but
that
to
much.
no avail.
But I don't understand
Let
how to
them
roll
withdraw,
defensive
and
cooldowns
let
to
us
like
be the
not
ones
have
to
them
stand with Louis.
where I don't have them or when to use them. So I take a lot of big spike
Belay
damage and I
previous
don't know how to
orders.
deal with it.
All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Damn. 2003 is when
Relay
this
the
game
order.
came out.
All flames are to
Horizons.
withdraw. I don't care if our
Was it
link cells are
2003?
useless.
Hold on. Wow, it's still
We
being
still have a
sold?
working
You figured out a
pair
link
of
shell
legs,
is
don't
like
you?
a radio then,
Well,
right,
use 'em,
freelance?
you bloody halfwits.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, that's basically what it means is that their radios aren't working. That part can be a little confusing because I don't think up until that point in the game it explains how a link shell works unless you've talked to the link shell vendor.
The outcome of this battle was long since
That one's like a
decided.
weird like I don't think anyone noticed that no one ever explained what those devices actually are.
Better to retreat now than risk
But that's
a
essentially what it is. Think of it like a walkie-talkie kind of thing that can like travel through incredible distances.
This dark, stifling.
At this point in the
presence.
story, how long ago was the
Who?
calamity?
Or what?
From where you're at in the story, it was 5 years ago.
Okay.
So there's from the 1.0 story to the 2.0 story, it's not in real
We
life
go
terms a
to
5-year
take our
gap, but they made a
place
5-year
beside
story
Archon
gap
Louis
between the two.
Soir. To your positions.
And then at any given point, there's no like major time skips or anything in the game. Expansion to expansion is like 6 months to a year in game. So you don't have to worry about there being like, oh, there's a major time skip. Like, no, they didn't do that.
Imarat way. Kiskat toga hearts wadadorns. Seize Nigem. Fizdun the only lamb rides a die dawn.
Yeah, here
No.
I like reading some of the stuff of this game. 11 playable races, including Dragon. "28 different classes and 19 trade schools.
Jeez.
Trading and crafting. Let's see.
That's a lot
Let's
of
see.
classes. Holy crap.
Yeah. Bipedal trade school split off into schools that produce usable items like clothes, armor, weapons, jewelry, scrolls, potions, food, tools, and spells. They can also build structures like houses, guild houses, walls, workshops, silos, and so on. There are about 150 different resources that can be gathered. There was wow, I didn't know this. There was 2,000 formulas that can be collected.
And those are all probably like crafting patterns.
Yeah. And
Jeez.
dragons had 3 classes, I believe. Yeah, 3 trade schools.
Wow.
A dragon would start off as a flightless hatchling, and over the course of the game, they'll grow up to an adult who is able to fly. In another series of quests, dragons can become older, reaching the point of ancient dragons. Oh, they're not elders anymore, which add new abilities. During the quest of adulthood, dragons need to decide between 2 different factions, called the Hylian and the Lucius. Hylians prefer to use magic in combat and are more friendly to bipedals. The Lucian prefer melee combat during fights and less friendly to bipedals. Actually, that's different. I guess that's afterward, because that was not something beforehand.
Look at Freelance reading the tutorials.
Wait,
It's
I
just
ruined
deleting
everything.
these. Yeah, you know what happened to
This
me
is
after
actually a
this?
game where I did actually read the tutorials.
Yeah, you know what happened to me after I finished the tutorials? Wait, what did I just go through?
Huh.
That would be me, like, immediately. It's like, just press buttons until I win, right?
Kind of looking forward to having a house of my own. Kind of sucks that people are fucking with it.
Yeah, like I said, with it being an RP server, it's already pretty crowded for house ownership, but I don't know how it's impossible on my server. And that's just because my server is a legacy server. But you might be able to still get one on your server. I just don't know how easy it'll be. But they're supposed to be doing something with it in Endwalker, where they're going to be making it where there's a new system in place that should be fixing it to where you'll still be able to use the housing functions, I think, without it being as gimmicked as it is. But I don't know enough about it to tell you for sure yet. Because we just don't know enough about it yet. But I'm hoping at some point they can get it set up to where, you know, other people can have a house and it's not, you know, completely controlled. Because I like this data center we're on, mostly because, you know, it's close to where I live and I can have... I died. There's too much damage coming in. And I don't have, you know, excessive ping. Because I'm not willing to take excessive ping for the sake of having housing.
Yeah.
You used to be able to, because there wasn't cross-server transfer things, but then when they moved the data centers, well, then you could transfer to other worlds, and now people just have characters in other worlds that could have housing, so now the entire data center just owns... It's basically Balmung owns all of the housing on the entire server at this point.
Right.
There's a limit. I'm guessing spacing.
What?
There's a limit for that, for the housing stuff?
Yes. There's only so... Because the houses are stored on a server, they can't afford to have, you know, a fuckload of servers for housing. For every player in the game to have it. You're talking millions of players. That's a lot of housing districts to have. Because the housing district's not like RuneScape where it's like an instance place. Like, when you have a house, your house is viewable for other players.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, because I think EverQuest has it that it's just an instance that you go into. Like everyone just goes into the same like door, but they have different houses.
Yeah, it's not like in World of Warcraft where, or not World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft doesn't have houses. Like RuneScape.
Wait, does World of Warcraft not have housing?
No, they've never done housing, and they don't have any interest in doing it.
Huh. Here, I thought they had it this whole time.
Nope. No, the only thing that was a mockery of housing, by more than anything, was the garrison system in Warlords that wasn't even close to housing. It's just something they don't want to pour resources into with WoW, so they have zero plans to add it.
Gotcha.
They just
Yeah,
they don't feel it adds anything to the game overall for them to ever justify putting that kind of time and effort into it. And
Yeah,
to a certain degree, it really wouldn't add anything for the player base that game has. It's just they're not that kind of players. Reason games like 14 have that is because a lot of those games are played in different cultures where that's what you do. WoW's not a game where they've ever played into the whole like Second Life kind of idea. You know? Which is really why they just don't do it. What were you saying though?
Oh, because I remember EverQuest introduced that in EverQuest 2, like the housing system.
Uh-huh.
But it was just that. It was just everybody goes into the same door, and it's like different houses for everybody. And the only way to get furniture and stuff is an extremely low drop trance from enemies, or just buy it from the market. And I remember thinking to myself, it's like, I don't see the point in it. Like, only I can come in here. Well, you can invite other players, but it's like there's no real reason for that.
Yeah,
at least well, the thing I was gonna say. Well, the thing I was gonna say. Well, you can craft them now in Final Fantasy in EverQuest 2, but at least in Phantasy Star Online 2, they have a housing system, but it's mostly for look at the trophies I got.
Right.
You know, for killing certain mobs and stuff like that. So that one I can kind of understand. You can show off to your friends, hey, look at this trophy for this raid boss.
That's kind of how. That's similar to how RuneScape does theirs, is where it has like set fixtures you can place down. The trick with why they can't do it is easily with 14s, and it would require them to have more server space, which is just not an easy thing to just go. We're just gonna add a fuckload more server space. Let's just go buy, you know, 17 more server banks space somewhere and just make that all housing. But if you have my stream open, I can show you guys what this looks like. So I don't know if Fred's ever found the housing district for that quest or not. But once you have it unlocked, you can use the Aethernet or the Aetherite in the major the three major cities, then one major city in one of the expansions, where they added more housing later on, to go to one of 24 wards. So there's 24 wards, and each ward has 60 plots.
They're just all taken.
Yes, and if you go through all of these are taken, and I can tell you right now, 95% of all of these houses are player-run general stores, player-run inns, and player-run brothels.
Nice.
You know, like the ones that say Steel or WDC or.
Well, some of the ones that say that are guilds.
Oh,
you can have a house that a free company owns, and in a free company house, players can, depending on how big the house is, so many players in the free company can buy a room in the house, and there's an instanced room you can have. But as you can tell, this is Belmung is an old server and has a lot of old money on it. So like, there's people here who have gold cap on multiple characters, and have had that because they have 1.0 money when the game was easily exploitable. But the reason being, when you go to one of these wards, so this is the Mist, for example. This is the one I like because it's the coastal housing. When you go in here, each plot you can physically walk up to and decorate as you wish. There's not set spaces you can put furniture down on. You decide how the furniture is placed and what the furniture is and looks like and is colored by.
I want to go to hang out in places like that.
Yep.
Why isn't my fairy working?
At one point, I played on a because you have to go to the ferry specifically in the Central Shroud for whatever reason. That's just how the quest.
And that one doesn't allow me to go.
The one in the Central Shroud on the southern part of it.
At whatever Branch Meadows. Next to the Aetherite? Yeah, no.
Yeah, like south of that Aetherite, there should be one there, and it should take you there.
Nope.
It might be that you have the quest picked up, but you can't complete the quest until you finish the quote-unquote tutorial stuff. Which would be once you have finished, I believe, the first dungeon. It might also not let you go there if you don't have a subscription active. Because you have to have an active subscription to be able to own a home in the first place.
Okay.
So if you're just playing the free trial version, which you can play up to level 60, including the Heavensward expansion, the currently playing Final Fantasy 14, you may not be able to go there with that version. It may be one of the restrictions it has. Which is just one of those restrictions of just, they don't want, like, gold farmers and shit, obviously, exploiting parts of the housing system and, like, doing that.
Right.
But back before they did the data center transfer, I played on the Midgard-Sormer server. And when they were doing data centers, I was like, oh, this is cool. I can play with my friends because they all played on Belmung, which is the ancient RP server that you can't ever make a character on because it's so old and so full. Well, when they were moving it, Midgard-Sormer moved to a different data center, so I wouldn't have been able to play with anybody, so I had to transfer off of Midgard-Sormer, which means I lost my house. Which sucks, because I had a really nice house, and I can actually show you exactly which plot it was, because I really enjoyed it. It was my favorite one. I picked it out, and on Midgard-Sormer, you could go on and, like, half the plots were open. It was not a very high-populated server.
That a tank?
It is a tank mount, yes.
Alright.
And it flies, apparently.
Not in here, though. You can't fly in this area.
Can you get the what are they called? The
Chocobo?
the magic mechs in this?
Um,
Because I know I've seen.
You mean like the magic that come over from Final Fantasy VI?
Yeah.
Spoilers, this is part of the main story.
Yeah.
But this is a reference to the game Final Fantasy VI. I believe it's
yeah.
Final Fantasy III in Japan or something, because something weird happened with the local.
No, it was Final Fantasy 3 here.
Oh,
in
I've
English.
only ever seen it as Final Fantasy VI for the Super Nintendo. Like, I've never seen it in English as Final Fantasy III. I've only ever seen it as Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, when it came out here for the very first time, it was 3, and I believe they had a re-release of it where they came out with 6 because they released 7, and there was no explanation why there was just a jump from 3 to 7. So they had to re-release it as 6, which still didn't explain where the missing ones were.
Right. But yeah, this was the plot I used to own. It's a small house. It has 1 floor and a basement, and I really liked it because of just the space, the air of the yard, and the view.
Quaint.
Well, they're gonna have to destroy it and reclaim it.
I'd love to, but this person's probably owned this house for the last 10 years and has no intent of ever getting rid of it. In fact, they run it as an emporium. So I guarantee if I go in here, they're running this as a shop that they RP in. Because that's what this server is.
Kind of wish there was an easier way to go about doing these kinds of things.
It's literally a store.
Would have had fun to have. My own place.
Yep. It's a really cool system. I really like it because you can literally decorate it however you want. There is no restrictions to where you can place items down. As long as it's within the confines of the yard, and there is space on the ground to put something down, and there's within the confines of the house that you can have space on the floor to put something down on. You can decorate however you want. Like this person over here probably does hot tub streams because they have a hot tub with their big ass fucking house.
I'm hating those now.
Oh, the worst part is when you look at the house, it's a fucking Payasa house, which is the only thing worse than the Mughal house style because they're awful looking. And people literally use them, not because they're cute, not because they enjoy them, because it pisses other people off.
That seems like a petty reason to do stuff.
There's people like that.
Unfortunately, you are super correct in that, unfortunately.
Yep, unfortunately, those kinds of people exist in the world. I wish they didn't. I wish there was something we could do about that, but unfortunately, there isn't. Pettiness is the worst kind of person. Well, one of the worst kinds of people. There's a lot of worse kinds of people, but they're one of the worser kinds of people. Because look at that. That looks just fucking terrible. Alongside, normal people-looking houses. Even the one that looks like the fucking shogunate over here. But, like, then you've got that fucking thing. Like, really? I just want to light it on fire and burn it to the ground. I really wish I could. I would become the hammock and just burn it to the ground. because every other house looks completely fine. And then there's that fucking thing for no goddamn reason.
Let's have a house that's just every other house is normal, and then yours is like green and bright pink.
It's basically like that. It's one of those things. I wish there was a homeowners association, because then all Moogle and Piazza houses would be banned.
Since I was talking about Horizons earlier, so the way Horizons did its player homes. Remember, there are some classes that straight up just build homes and stuff like that. There was just plots of land that just existed out there, and if you owned a spot of land, you could just build a house piece by piece, essentially.
Oh, I've seen a couple of games that do stuff like that, actually.
Yeah, it was really fun, especially because you can hire other players with gold in order to build a house for you if they have a high enough.
Literally pay other people to do the work for you.
Yeah, which is like why some people liked it. Like, it was really fun.
They're doing a Zelda and Leftwing amiibo figure for the new Skyward Sword HD thing next month.
Nice.
Neat.
But the thing I was gonna say is that so some plots of land, like a player can buy a plot of land and just rent it out to other players. It's another way they can make like in-game money. And yeah, I remember some places had like a homeowners association where they're like, dude, you need to like change the color of your house because it looks absolutely terrible.
What the fuck?
Fly.
The fucking video popped up as a recommended. It's a 12-second video. It just says Final Fantasy XIV Rectica Greatwood hits differently now. Because someone made a mod on the Nexus to where you can change the music in Rectica Greatwood to the performance he did at the
Oh
Fest.
god. Yeah, I forget what I was
Fair
telling.
warning, I don't recommend getting into doing mods on 14. They're not totally against TOS, but they are.
Well, I don't use mods on MMOs. I only use those on single player games.
Well, they're really only like textures and sound replacers. But they're kind of like a don't ask, don't tell kind of situation. So you don't want, like, streaming it, not a great idea to have mods installed.
Yeah.
Not a great idea. The other big thing, DPS meters are outright against TOS.
DPS meters?
You like recount details from World of Warcraft where it would track how much damage you do and like show you what damage people are doing in the group.
Oh, okay.
That has been since day one. Yoshi P has a firm stance. He understands what they do as a tool what they are used for, but he is adamant against using them to justify people being in your group. All the content is able to be completed in this game, being just okay at the game. You do not need to be big sweaty to play the game.
Gotcha.
And
that would like discourage some.
He sees it as extremely toxic behavior to essentially tell someone, you're not playing well enough, get out of my group. And
Yeah.
What it's
EverQuest
done,
had that for a while, a little bit. It'll tell you at the end of a dungeon who did the most damage and kind of stuff like that, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, so like, people use them, but that's again, it's a don't ask, don't tell thing, and it's usually like a within like free company, like within your guild kind of thing. People will use it for like higher end rating where like they're pushing world firsts and stuff, and like it matters there. But like to use it in like party finders and stuff, and like, you know, look, you're not doing enough damage, get out of my group.
Yeah.
Like he understands what it does, but Yoshi P would rather have you fail as a group while trying your best than someone else missing out on even being able to do the content because they don't play as well as other people.
I can understand
And
that.
what that's fostered is more of a it's fostered a community aspect of people will actively do what they can to help you play better or understand mechanics and just generally be friendlier to each other rather than get good, wasting my time, wasting my sub time, GG, and then leave. Which I run into a lot in World of Warcraft, actually, coincidentally.
You know what's another game that does that but still has a pretty good community? Warframe has that. Warframe tells you the stats that you do.
It is an interesting way of how that's got a community around it, because I'm surprised that hasn't stemmed into like an elitist thing. But I don't think the game lends itself to letting an elitist thing build around it.
Well, there are a few elitists, but they're pretty rare. I've run
far
into
between.
yeah, like I've run into a few of them. I have a friend. You've played with us before, Captain.
Yeah.
Captain Palico. There have been times where we're on missions and the other person involved just doesn't like the Warframe he's playing, and would shit talk him the entire match.
See, that's kind of why I stopped playing, because I really like the Avara frame, and if I wasn't playing with my friends, people would just be like, why are you playing Avara? That thing is terrible.
Which is
like,
weird, because it doesn't happen that often. Like, me and the other person in the group, who's not even...
had a really shitty experience with the game.
You might have.
My other thing with it, though, is that game is extremely fast-paced, and I already don't have great vision as it is, and having to move it... But the game basically, like, the meta being that, like, double slide, spin dash, quick movement, speed clear thing, I'm really not down with. It makes me motion sick to play that game.
You know what? I can understand that.
And that's really why I stopped playing Warframe. It's not a bad game. It's just too fast.
Well, if you ever do play it again, like...
I actually ended up trying Destiny because of it, because my friend Chris tried to get us off Valve, or he tried to get me into playing it, and my friend Yokel tried to get me into playing it. I was like, I'll try it out, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna fucking vomit. I can't keep up with the movement. It's too fast paced. I can't see where I'm going, so I'm just hitting walls, and I don't know what's going on, and it's just too fast. I'm not a speedrunner. I go very la-di-da, I gotta stop and, oh, look at that. Oh, dude, look at that. And, like, I'm not someone who wants to just get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out. Like, if I want to sit and play a game, I play MMOs because these are the games I want to waste my life on. I'm very particular about the ones I like playing because they have to have a reason for me to want to waste my life on this game. That's why I still play WoW, is WoW still gives me a reason to waste my life on that game. I love 14 because it gives me a reason to waste my life on this game. And, like, I didn't have that with Warframe because it has a lot of, like, weird time-gatey things to it for crafting new frames, and I didn't like that. Like, I wanted to just be able to sit and play. I want to have the grind. And that
yeah, I can understand that.
But, like, the motion sickness is really what killed me on it more than anything. It was that, but, like, just the pacing of it was just too fast for me, too. If it wasn't for the motion sickness, it being so quick would be the other reason that would just be like, I don't want to play this.
I can understand that. If you actually played with people that understood that.
Yeah, like I said, when I played with my friends, it was fine, but, like, it wasn't a game I could play alone, and that, for me, is a deal breaker because my friends can't always play. But, like, even when I wasn't a streamer, my hobby has always been gaming. I spend the better part of 10 hours a day playing video games. Like, this is my thing. Like, I just don't have another hobby. This is what I love to do, is playing games. God damn it. I always forget my fucking stance.
Well, if you ever do get into Warframe again, like, I'm more than happy to like, just explain things to you and whatnot, like, to get you along.
I might try.
I told this, I think, I told this to Free. I went on there and I just ran into a group of, like, newer players, and I spent, like, the next 4 hours explaining stuff to them. Like, just completely random player I met, and I spent, like, 4 hours just getting them to know the game. And that's pretty common. I do that pretty frequently. In fact, when I played the game, I ran into a random guy that did the same thing with me. And ever since then, that's what I do with other players as well.
Oh.
So it is, unfortunately, if you did meet, like, the elitists, like assholes that for some reason think mastery rank is important, because there are players that think that. Which it doesn't. Mastery rank is just, oh, you leveled up a bunch of stuff. That's pretty much what it is.
That's why you use more weapons, though, I'm pretty sure.
You do, but, like, I think mastery rank, I think 12 is the highest you need, minimum. And you can get that.
I thought was
just
nice
play.
about Monster Hunter was the fact that, like, I've never experienced bad players on that game, like bad people players in that game, but I've also only ever played either by myself or with my friends, so like that's why I was always kind of like confused me, like, oh, you shouldn't do this because it's like bad for this. I'm like, do you guys care? Well, no, but other people do. It's like, I don't play with anybody else though. Like, what do you? I don't know anyone else who plays this game, and I've never used the features that play online with other people on that. You know?
Yeah, I play online usually. Like I'm at the moment playing with randoms on Rise.
I say like maybe that was to my detriment of Monster Hunter, but I never played with other random people. Like if I didn't have other people to play with, I just did shit solo, and it was harder than fucking sin all fuck. But
yeah, I play with other players. Like
I play with other players very rarely.
I'm just used to it, I guess, because remember I played Monster Hunter for a long time.
Let's see,
So
my
playing
biggest
with
thing is
randoms,
I never knew how to make it where you'd play with randoms, so I just never tried to look into it. But it was also a game I was playing mostly for the sake of like I only wanted to play with my friends and didn't really want to have to deal with other people for it.
You can do that too. Like,
you know, I don't feel like I missed anything out on it. I really liked Monster Hunter.
well,
It's not a game I wanted to like sit and grind out, you know, forever for everything, but it was definitely a game I enjoyed.
Yeah, I am glad that they made crafting, you know, your gear and stuff like that much easier in Rise.
Oh yeah, it's a lot
less
easier to
parts.
pay attention to like what it did too. Like it wasn't like as crazy in depth as it was in World. Like in World it was like I don't even know what 90% of these abilities do. I had to like go and Google like half the damn game.
Yeah, you know what the worst one
That
is?
killed it for me.
The old games were much more complicated.
I gotta get
Because-
anyone I've ever told that I was like I've started playing Monster Hunter World. Anyone I've ever talked to has always said don't go and play any of the other games. If you started in World, don't even bother. And I'm like, why? Like because you will hate everything about the other games.
Yeah,
the quality of life in World blows every other one of them out of the damn water apparently.
Yeah, it was.
I gotta get going.
Oh,
Okay.
alright.
Yeah, it's dinner time, so I'll see you guys.
Alright, man. Alright, man.
Alright.
Later.
Alright. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys next time. I'm not sure if I'll be doing a whole lot of bottom gathering on stream, but we'll see. But until then, see you guys later.